Test, test.
You can come back into here.
Okay, sure. Wherever you want me.
All right, if you wouldn't mind just talking.
Hello, hello. Test, test.
Yeah, okay.
That's all good?
I think so.
That's my low voice, though. I tend to project.
Awesome. All right.
welcome. How's everybody doing? Good? Awesome. Well, welcome to our first ever Chances in-person and virtual training. This has been a feat, and we thank you, everybody who is here today and who's watching from their sites. Everybody who's at their site, if you could give a little hi to Shauna in the chat box so that we know you're there, that would be amazing. So I'm going to start out with doing a land acknowledgement and recognize the territory that we were on. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq First Nation. As a Métis woman from the Red Sky Nation, I stand here on behalf of Chances to say we dedicate these 2 days of training to help us learn, grow, and enrich our practice in helping all islanders and their children. So a little bit of housekeeping here. When you guys came in, you notice that there's yellow markers on the floor there. That is to help you get out. So where you came in is the entrance. Follow the yellow arrows down the stairs, and that's how you exit the building. If you follow those arrows, the first door on the left is the washroom. So if you need to use the washroom, you can use that one there. There are other washrooms in the building, but this one is designated for us. Please keep your masks on at all times unless you're drinking. We aren't going to have any food in here, but with your little candy bags there, you can pop them in and have something with your mask on. We're going to have an hour-long lunch, and so everybody's allowed to go, have your lunch, and then please be back by 1 o'clock. We're going to have a bunch of different fun things happening today. We have some shout-outs, and we have some door prizes, and we have some special prizes for people who go above and beyond. And this is a new tradition of ours, so if you don't get a shout-out or an above and beyond, we absolutely love the work that you do for us, and just hold on tight, because next training you might get one. So we really just want to say thank you. Thank you for being amazing workers. Thank you for coming back when we were working in emergency care. Thank you for working from home. Thank you for doing virtual story times, ladies, our CAPC ladies. And thank you to the Best Start workers for really turning into a food sharing system where they were delivering groceries to people who just really needed a little bit of extra help. So you guys are amazing. And I'm going to pass the mic over to Ron Herbert. He's the treasurer of our board, and he is going to bring a word to us from our board.
Great. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, and welcome. This is great, you know. It's an opportunity to actually participate in a professional development session that's being presented both in person and virtually. So this is great. Is this the first time that Chances has done this sort of thing with a virtual and in person? Very first time. Well, that's great. Learning something new all the time. So anyway, wonderful. Well, welcome everybody. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of the Chances Board of Directors to welcome you and to wish you all the best as you move forward over the next 2 days in your training and professional development activities. Professional development has always been an important priority for Chances over the years, and it's even more critical in this time of uncertainty and change that we're facing now throughout the world, but especially for us here in PEI. We've been extremely lucky to this point in time in terms of the impact of COVID on our islands, but you know, things can change very, very quickly. So it's important that we are addressing what's new and what's available in terms of the best way to deliver programs in this uncertain environment. We understand that this has been a bit difficult time for all of you. We want you to know how deeply we, as a board, appreciate all that you've done in continuing to support children and families despite the challenges that we have faced. You know, it was, we closed down very, very quickly in the spring. You know, we came back in an emergency situation, provided services that were needed across the island, went into full mode operation through the summer, and now that we're delivering programs across PEI with changes, yes, but I don't think any changes in terms of the effectiveness and the efficiency with which we deliver those changes. So that's very, very much appreciated. It's through you and the direct and consistent support that you provide to children and families of Chances that hope is ignited, opportunities are created, and growth happens. In fact, lives are changed forever because of the work that you do. This number always amazes and shocks me, but over the past year, close to 9,000 parents and children have participated in Chances programs across PEI and have benefited from your support. That's really quite amazing when you think about it, you know, in a province of 150, maybe close to 160,000 people that we're touching, you know, 1/16 of that population base. That says a lot for this organization. We are fortunate at Chances that we have a solid foundation that's based on beliefs and values that promote a positive and strength-based culture. This has served us very well in the past, contributed to our ongoing success and our path forward. We are resilient, and we'll face the challenges together as a strong network of board, staff, families, and our partners in the community. Because we are resilient, we will adapt to the changes we face and continue to maintain our focus going forward. The strategic objectives and goals of Chances that mattered yesterday matter even more today and in the future. The passion and commitment that you bring to your work every day is key to our success. I wish you the very best in your training sessions over the next 2 days. Hopefully you will strengthen relationships, share knowledge and experience, and inspire one another. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this morning, and all the best over the next couple of days. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron. And thank you so much to the Board of Directors on behalf of all the staff for just being an incredible support to us and leading us with vision and wisdom and clarity, because without you, we can't do what we do. So thank you. So right before I introduce our first speaker, Lisa, I would like to give our first giveaway away. It's Above and Beyond, and Allison, who is with our admin team, I hope you're ready here. Allison has been my secret agent. The Above and Beyond admin shout out goes to Melody Von. Every single day, Mel goes above and beyond. It doesn't matter what situation may arise, what question you may have, or what support you may need, Mel goes above and beyond to help figure it out, work it out, and ride it out with you. Mel, you are awesome, and we would not be who we are today without you. So let's all give a big clap to Mel. I'm going to introduce now our first speaker today. She's going to be spending the morning with us. Her name is Lisa Dollar, and she is the Cultural Inclusion Trainer for PEI Association of Newcomers. So she's going to speak with us today. Everybody has some handouts that we're going to be working through and doing some work on helping us understand the differences between an independent newcomer family and a refugee family who settles in on PEI. And we're going to look at ourselves and how we work together to be an inclusive community. So I'll give a clap for Lisa.
So good morning. This is a first. This is really technologically savvy, and I'm really impressed with how this has been pulled off. So kudos to you and your team, Don, for making all of this happen. So the way that this morning's going to work is going to look a bit different than how I generally do my presentations and workshops. I'm really grateful for those facilitators at each remote site who are going to lead some of the discussion that we'll be leading here. So I'm going to be really reliant on those folks in the remote site. So thanks to all of you. So what we're going to talk about today is cultural diversity, so working across cultures. I'm sure you're seeing that there's lots of families coming in that are from different backgrounds, and they have different ways of life, different ways of doing things, and so just kind of understanding a bit of their background and a bit about the local culture too, because oftentimes we forget about what is the local culture here, why am I doing what I'm doing, and how do I bridge any of those differences across cultures? So the information that I'll be presenting today is really broad in its nature about culture, so I will be relying on you to put it into the context of your work. So I will be throwing it back to you, and we'll have discussions about how does these topics apply to your work and working in your programs and your practices and your facilities. So let's see if my PowerPoint will work. Do I have to point it somewhere, Bradley, or does it just go? It's not. It says it's on 6, though. No, it says it's on 7. Sorry? Oh, sure, if you want to give that a go. How about I just do this whenever I want you to do a slide, all right? So I don't say slide all the time. Oh, and just as an FYI, we will be breaking at some point, probably around 10:30, 10:45, so don't worry about that. All right, so just a little bit about the PEI Association for Newcomers to Canada. We are the province's primary immigrant settlement agency. So we're not immigration, that's what the government does, but after people find their way here, we provide short-term settlement services and long-term integration programs. So imagine if you move to a new country, or perhaps some of you have. There's a lot of stuff to figure out when you move to a new country. It's a long process to get here, oftentimes, and then once you're finally here, there's a ton of stuff to figure out. So we try and help newcomers figure out that ton of stuff, and I'll go into a little bit more about that. And then so we also do some integration programming, because many times, if not most of or all of the time, newcomers come here and they want to know their fellow islanders. So we try and create programs and activities that bring together the established community and newcomers, so we can get to know each other and that we can, all live here happily and know each other. Right, and so my job is to work with the established community mostly, because a lot of the established community have questions. They're like, why so much immigration now than there was 10 years ago? And what does it mean when people are coming from different backgrounds? So just kind of open up discussions about culture and talk about it. Oh, yeah, right, thank you. So what we do, I'll not spend a ton of time on what we do, but just to give you a sense, just if you do have newcomer families coming in, perhaps they don't know that we exist and we could be really helpful for them. So you can refer them to us for sure. So we'll just give you a little overview of what we do. So when a newcomer first comes into our office, they will get an intake, a needs assessment, and see what all they need. If they want to improve their English or French, they will get language assessment, and then they'll be placed into language school. We have our newcomer settlement services team, and they deal with a lot of the paperwork. There's a ton of paperwork when you immigrate, so getting a health card, social insurance number, get your driver's license translated. If you need your status renewed, they help with a lot of that paperwork. The paperwork is tough enough if English is your first language, so if you add English is not your first language on top of that, that becomes even more complicated. Then we have a resettlement assistance program for former refugees. So this is for government-assisted refugees. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next coming slides. Then we have a Canadian Life Skills program. So this worker works particularly with the former refugees in their first 4 to 6 weeks upon arrival, because their needs and learning Canadian life skills is very different than an independent, and we will look at that. Then we have an employment assistance service. So oftentimes people are coming here and they want to know, well, where do I look for a job? How should my resume look here in Canada? Because that's very different culturally. How do I prepare for an interview? How do I behave in an interview so that I can be successful? So we'll do mock interviews and that kind of stuff. Then we have this cultural inclusion training, so you'll get firsthand to see what that's like. We have our youth settlement services team. And they work with families in K-12 in the school system. So we have a family counselor on that team, and they do lots of different programs like the professional development days, they do camps and all kinds of stuff. Then we have PEI Canada School orientation workshops. So it's life in Canada. This is what life is like in Canada. So from fire safety to fishing to the transportation, all of that kind of stuff. So whatever you might want to know about living in PEI, living in Canada, we have Canada School workshops. Then we have community engagement programs and events. So like every Friday, we have a Fresh Air Friday. We go for a walk somewhere around PEI, and we bring together the established island community with newcomers just to go get some exercise together, right? Just a friendly, drop in one week, don't come the next, whatever you want. Just kind of different ways to bring together the community. So if you're interested, whether you're established or a newcomer, check us out on Facebook, PEI Association for Newcomers to Canada. And we have a ton of activities for you to participate in, and most of them are free. And you can just drop in whenever you want, so check us out. Then we have our EAL, English as an Additional Language, our volunteer tutor training program. So oftentimes newcomers want to practice their English, so we'll match a volunteer tutor with a newcomer who wants to improve their English. And then we have a PEI immigration partnership worker, and she works with the municipalities across the province in terms of integrating and including newcomers into their communities. And our website is in 7 different languages. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. We're not a new organization. We've been around since 1993. We were much, much smaller then, and we've grown because the numbers of immigrants have grown as well. So oftentimes the question that we get is why immigration? Why are there so many more immigrants now than there was before? Oh, that's not what that's supposed to look like. Can you go back one? Oh, it's not going to take my animations. No, you can go back to the other one. Okay. So all my animations are just thrown up there now, but all right, so why immigration? 1 in every 5 Canadian citizens were born outside of this country. Canada has one of the largest foreign-born populations in the world. If you look, 2/3 of Canada's population growth comes from immigration. 2/3 of Canada's population growth currently comes from immigration. In less than 20 years, it's projected to be 100% of Canada's population growth will come from immigration. Now, what's the other way our population could grow? Yeah, right, births, having babies. We're having far fewer children than we used to generations ago. So the prediction is that 100% of our population growth will come from immigration in less than 20 years. Atlantic Canada is a little bit newer to the influx in immigration than the rest of Canada. So Atlantic Canada actually has the lowest population growth in the country. However, PEI is leading the pack because of immigration. We have the highest population growth. All right, so if you look at PEI in particular, births minus deaths, they term that the natural increase. Births minus deaths back in the 1970s equaled about 1,000 here in PEI. Today, it's negative. There are more deaths than there are births. And if you think about it, it makes sense. If you go back to the baby boom, right, there's a lot of people being born over a period of time, then naturally there's going to be a lot of people exiting over a period of time too. And if you look at school enrollment on PEI since 1999, school enrollment has dropped by 20%, which again makes sense. If we're having fewer children, then obviously there's less kids to go into school. And then we still have young people leaving this province to go live and work in other parts of Canada and other parts of the world. So combined, that's telling us that there's fewer and fewer young people here to fill jobs and to pay taxes, to support core services and infrastructure, to build roads, to keep our hospitals open. So newcomers are integral to our economic prosperity and success. So that's the economic reason for it. There's a ton of other great social reasons for cultural diversity, but this is the economic reason behind it. But there is a misconception out there across PEI, and I'm going to ask you to fill in the blank. Immigrants are coming here and they are stealing our jobs. That is so harmful to the inclusion of newcomers, because it's the opposite is true. Immigrants are coming here to protect our jobs. So if you hear that, again, because many of us have heard it, just challenge it softly. Tell me more. Really? Immigrants are coming here and they're stealing our jobs? Tell me more about that. They won't be able to back it up because the data points us in the complete opposite direction. So if they're not able to back it up, then most likely they may not repeat that again, just like a bad joke, right? Say a joke, no one laughs, I might not use that material again. So it's very important that we start debunking that misconception, because if I think that immigrants are coming here and they're stealing our jobs, how do I feel about my neighbor who moves in next door? Or that kid at my kid's daycare, or that new employee who joins me at my office. Right? If I think that there's taking, then there's going to be a resistance there. So it's very, very important to start debunking that. So this is an image of PEI from outer space. We are just one part of this planet Earth. And so facilitators at the remote sites, I'll ask you to do a count. And I'm going to ask this group as well. Raise your hand if you yourself are an immigrant or if your ancestors came to Canada from another country. Right, so unless you're Indigenous Canadian, your hand should be up. Right, this is Indigenous land that we are on. The rest of us came from another country. Our ancestors came from another country. And I think that's really important for that to be front of mind for us, right? It's not really that, it was only a couple hundred years ago, right? People from France started coming over, England, Ireland, Scotland. So I think it's really important for that to be on the forefront of our mind. Now we're seeing people come from all over the world. So to give you a sense of the numbers of newcomers who have registered with our association over the past 15 or so years, you can see the general trend is upward. Of course, this year is a different kind of year for everybody, so our numbers are a bit lower. We were anticipating that 2,000 mark, but we're at the 800, so that's pretty good given the circumstances. But the general trend is upward. And so these are not the true numbers of all immigrants coming in. These are just the ones who have chosen to use our services. So the true numbers would be probably a few hundred higher. So at the top 6 countries of origin from 2019 of those clients of ours, number 1 was China, at 606, followed by India, Vietnam, the Philippines, Mexico, and Jamaica. Those were the top 6 countries of origin. However, the province reported that India was in fact number 1 last year for countries of origin. So these are the top 6 countries of origin. Can you just take a guess? People from how many countries immigrated to PEI last year? So these are the top 6, so it's more than 6. People from how many countries immigrated to PEI in 2019? 20. Good guess? People from 73 countries immigrated to Prince Edward Island in 1 year. Over the past 6 years, people from 130 countries have immigrated to PEI. To put that into some context, there's roughly 200 countries that exist in the world. Depends on the day, it depends who's doing the count, but 130 out of 200 to PEI. It's pretty remarkable, and over quite a short period of time. So we'll move on to the next slide. So that means that the way we work is a bit different, right? If we're applying the same way of doing things as we did 10 years ago when our demographic has changed so much, we may want to revisit that. I'll highlight with a little story about Albert Einstein, he was a refugee, by the way. So Einstein, for a period of time, he was a professor at the Advanced Institute of Studies in Princeton. And it was time to set the exams. So he hands the exam papers over to his teaching assistant, and the teaching assistant looks at the papers and he says, Einstein, Professor Einstein, these papers, this exam is the same exam you gave to the students last year. And Einstein says, yes, I know. And then the teaching assistant became emboldened, and he said, "How can you give the same exam to the same students 2 years in a row?" And Einstein replies, "The answers have changed." And the answers are changing, and that's a fact of life. And while I'll not be giving you the answers today, it's something for us to be thinking about. Should we be doing things a little bit differently given the climate that we're in? And I know how flexible people have become, particularly in the past few months, that, we can. Look at what Dawn has come up with today. We can do things differently. We can make things work. So just to look at our demographics and look at the needs and see what might we be doing to provide better services. So who are the new islanders? So broadly, there's two groups. There's temporary residents and permanent residents. So temporary residents mainly comprise temporary foreign workers and international students. So as in the name, the idea is that they're here temporarily. Come here, study or work, and then return to the home country. However, there are pathways to permanent residency, but that's the idea on the application when they're coming. The other group are permanent residents. So as in the name, they are here permanently. Now, the main differences between a permanent resident and a Canadian citizen is the right to vote, to become an elected official, and to have a Canadian passport. Those are the main differences. So who are the permanent residents here? Most of them are coming as skilled job seekers. Well over 50% are coming as skilled job seekers. So they're filling gaps in our labor market that we want filled. The next group are coming as entrepreneurs. So they're opening up businesses here across the province and oftentimes hiring local folks and then feeding money right back into our island's economy. Then about 4% are coming as family class. So that means that existing residents or citizens are bringing their family from another country over here to PEI to live. And we also have a small percentage of around 4% of people are coming as refugees. Now, while refugees only comprise 4% of our clients, they do require more than 4% of our service capacity, as their needs are quite a bit different. Oh, I guess I put in that slide twice. There we go. So this top image is the city of Homs in Syria. Whereas 10 years ago, roughly, this was a thriving, flourishing shopping district. So this is what some people are leaving behind. So it's important to understand that some refugees may have seen a lot of death and destruction and devastation. So their background is going to look a little bit different. So videos don't work, so we're going to skip the videos. So some former refugees may have post-traumatic stress disorder. So what might seem like something that you might consider not shocking or not triggering, like a door slamming, may trigger someone who has PTSD. So just to kind of try and have a lens around that. I think about in schools, the fire drills, right? If that goes zing, that could really send someone off. And even now, and when I was in school, we didn't, but I guess nowadays they do lockdown drills. Just imagine how that would be if you came from a background where that was your reality. So just to try and have a different lens around, could these things that we're doing perhaps affect someone with PTSD? And if they're having a reaction that seems unusual to you, consider that may be because of that. So to just talk a little bit about the differences in the services that we provide to refugees versus independent immigrants. So 96% of immigrants are coming as independent immigrants. The other 4% are coming as refugees. So for an independent immigrant, they've chosen to come here under their own self-organization. They've planned the trip. They know what's going to happen when they come to that amazing Charlottetown airport. And they know where they're going. They've got it all taken care of. Now, the goal of an organization like ours is for any immigrant to become a happy, locally retained Canadian citizen. And that's where our services end. Once you become a Canadian citizen, you're considered settled and therefore no longer require settlement services. So for an independent immigrant, they'll often want help with a couple things. The paperwork, there's a ton of paperwork. Another one is improving their English or French. Another one is getting their kids into school, helping navigate that, and helping with work. Those are kind of the main things that an independent immigrant will want help with. For a former refugee, they will often come through the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, usually via a major city, and then they land at the Charlottetown Airport, and we have a team of people that will go meet them at the Charlottetown Airport. And then we take them to some temporary accommodations, hopefully for just a couple of days until we can find permanent accommodations, which, as we all know, is becoming more and more challenging for established islanders as well as newcomers. So we find the permanent housing if we can, and then again, they'll want help with paperwork as well. We'll do some budgeting with them. So on average, refugees are displaced on average for 17 years. That's a long time, right? So imagine you're fleeing your home country, you're displaced on average for 17 years, and then you come to Canada. So budgeting becomes very, very important. For the first year, government-assisted refugees receive about the equivalent of what social assistance is, so, right? So that's really hard to get by on. So making that stretch becomes very important. We'll go shopping with the former refugees, and we will, go to the grocery store. This is where you get clothes at a decent price, and this is what. And then we'll go in the transit system with them. So this is where your language school is, and this is how you get to the store, and this is how you get to work, and all that kind of stuff. We help settle their kids in schools, and of course, if they need to improve their English or French, help them get into language school, and sometimes with health appointments as well. Again, imagine if you're displaced for 17 years, you may have a bit more of medical needs. So we help them with health appointments and also with finding work. So in terms of the children of refugee versus independent families, so if we look at independent immigrants, so their parents, again, they came on their own self-organization, on their own financial resources, they've chosen to come here. Oftentimes, the parents are coming as very well educated, sometimes affluent, and many times they performed above average in their country of origin. So they sometimes come from very competitive backgrounds. So in some countries, to get into the best university, and there's different levels of universities, right? There's a great university, and then there's a poor, like not very good universities. Where here in Canada, all the universities are pretty good, right? There's not one that's terrible. But in some countries, there's the top tier and then the low tier, and we want to get into the top tier, right? So to get into the top tier university, you need to get into the top tier high school. So to get into the best high school, you need to get into the best junior high. To get into the best junior high, you need to be in the best elementary. To be in the best elementary, you need to be in the best pre-K or preschool, right? So it starts from a very, very young age, the competition. And so you may see that, just the level of drive, because the competition was so fierce in their home country, whereas here, it's kind of like, oh, go do some extracurricular activities, go run and play sports. Whereas the mindset may be, oh, the competition was so fierce in the home country, and that they may be applying the same views here. So then, if we look at the children of former refugees, so again, if you're displaced for a long time, the longer the conflict in an area, then the greater likelihood that the infrastructure has been destroyed, and so they may have not had access to education for some time. It varies depending on where you're coming from, but they may or may not have had access to education. So just to put it in a kind of a broader context, you may have a 17-year-old who's been out of school for 5 years, and so maybe on top of that has PTSD, which may affect their ability to learn and maybe some behavioral stuff too. So just kind of a different background. So this may not directly apply to your work, but I thought it may give you a little bit more of a sense, and you can take it or leave it. So what should have come up was so we're looking at school now. in some countries, you are graded 100% on information. So as a student, you would sit there, listen to what the teacher, instructor says, sit there quietly, take it all in, and then when it comes exam time, give it back to me word for word. That's 100% makes you a good student. In Canada, it's not quite the same. Information's important, but it's not 100%. It's let's say 20%, maybe a little bit more. But another piece of the puzzle here to make you a good student is engagement. If it's a matter of sitting there quietly or raising your hand and giving me the wrong answer, we want you to raise your hand and give the wrong answer. We want you to be engaged. We want you to do group work. We want you to take initiative. And then another one is critical analysis. So that means giving your opinion, maybe a differing opinion than those of your classmates and even your instructor, which may go against what the cultural foundations that you were taught growing up, right? Rather than just sit there and listen to your instructor, to challenge your teacher, right? To give opposing views, because that's a good thing here in Canada. We want you to think outside the box. Right, so I don't know if that gives you kind of just a sense of what school might look like in other countries. So next, I'm going to ask the facilitators for their help on this. So I'm going to take a break from talking, and I want you folks to talk to each other. I don't know if you just want to stay at your tables or if you want to bring a couple tables together and you have to stay in. Okay, fantastic. Remote sites, you do as you feel fit. All right, so we're going to do these discussions in 3 parts. So I'm going to give you 3 minutes for each discussion. I know it's going to seem quick. And then when we're done, I'm going to ask the facilitators, so as we're doing this, facilitators in the remote sites, if you could take notes, so then we can enter some of those notes into the chat with Shauna, and then we can all learn from each other and hear each other's perspectives, because I think this is where maybe some of the most value might come from, is talking about some of the challenges we may be facing, so then later we can talk about some of the solutions around these challenges. But first, we need to identify if there are any challenges. So first, we're going to look at it very broadly. And you all have paper, and I want you to take notes if you can. So the first 3 minutes, we're going to look at what might be some challenges that newcomers face settling here on PEI. So whether they're coming as a refugee, if they're coming as an independent immigrant, if they're coming as a child or an adult, coming here, making your new life here, what might be some of the challenges of making your new life here? Okay, so we're going to take 3 minutes and do that, and then I'm going to pause you, and then we're going to move on to the second question, and then we'll all come back together and take down our discussion points. Okay, any questions? Okay, so 3 minutes. Thank you.
So just a reminder, for our remote sites, we need St. Jean 2, Murphy's, O'Leary, admin, to log into the chat. Those are the ones who aren't in yet. You need to log in with your Gmail, okay?
test. So 1 more minute. Okay, we're going to stop you there. I know we could probably go on for a while, but we'll get everyone's ideas and hopefully cover most of the bases. So the next question I want you to have a discussion around is what might be some of the challenges that newcomer families may have adapting to or accessing Chances programs. Or adapting to their practices. So this one might be something to put a little bit more thought around. So think about some of the programs you have. Think about some of the practices you do on a day-to-day basis. And think about, is there anything that might be happening that may not be really accessible to newcomers, or that might be a challenge for them to adapt to some of these practices that we're doing? So if you kind of feel like, I'm not sure where to go with this, just sit with it and try and think about it and let it come. But we'll give you, again, 3 minutes. So think about what might be some of the challenges adapting to some of the practices at Chances or accessing perhaps some of the programs that is offered. All right, so 3 minutes.
And thank you to all the remote sites. Everybody is now in the chat box and engaged in chatting with us. So thank you, guys.
So one more minute on this one. All right, thank you for that discussion. We're just going to leave it there and move on to our final discussion. Oh, I see I have ABA. The last one is, think about, are there any challenges that you folks as staff of Chances that you encounter working across cultures? Is there anything from your perspective that you're finding challenging working across cultures? Also look at the structures. Are there any structures in place, any policies or practices, or even physical structures that you think may be challenging or causing challenges working across cultures? So look at it at that perspective and go for 3 minutes.
So our Best Start staff in West Prince and over in Stratford, if you guys need help logging on, Roberta is in contact with Shauna to help you guys get into the chat.
So 1 minute left. Okay, great. Thank you for your discussion. So now we are going to try and capture all of the collective intelligence of this room. I think this is where we get the good stuff, because I don't know about chances and the work that you do, but you folks do. So I think this can be rich. So what we're going to do is ask you to raise your hand, and Dawn's going to bring over the microphone to get your discussion points. And those folks in the remote sites, you can enter yours in the chat as we're going along. We're going to do them in sections. So the first, what I'd like to hear from you folks is, what do you think might be some of the challenges that newcomers might be facing settling here in PEI? So raise your hand, and Dawn's going to come over to you. And you folks in the remote sites can let Shauna know.
Yeah, no, just the first question.
Yeah.
Okay. Finding housing. Finding childcare. Understanding the currency. Language barriers. Getting children enrolled in school. The socialization aspect. Oh, that's a good one. Understanding healthcare and understanding insurance. And all that paperwork.
Thank you. That was quite a list.
Okay, Marianne? They don't have the family support systems that they have at home. Feeling isolated when they first move here.
Sorry, I missed that last one. Isolated in what?
Feeling isolated when they first move.
Okay.
Yeah. The differences for shopping, like finding different foods and clothing that aren't the same as from their home country. And the climate. Our cold PEI winters.
That's great. Yeah, usually weather comes out on top.
Okay. Finding a job.
Employment, yep.
Oh, the schooling and the grading system and all those things are very different. Yeah, and everything else was already said. Thanks.
Thank you.
Treva? Experiencing racism. Yeah. Okay.
Racism?
Yeah, experiencing racism. Mel? Right, so transportation, accessibility, and how to navigate PEI when, yeah, we don't have intricate busing systems like many metropolises. And the way islanders give directions. So finding a way to keep their own culture, their own heritage, and still maybe blend with this new place, but honoring their home culture. Yeah.
Anything else? This is great. Shauna, anything coming in remotely that's a bit different? Oh, right.
All right. All right, St. Jean 2 says language barriers, social isolation, transportation and finding jobs, Ferry Road, navigating things like taxes is a challenge as we have higher taxes and lower minimum wages. And the rest were very much repeated.
Okay.
Yep.
That's great. Okay, thank you. I think it's a good starting point to get a sense of what might be some of the challenges that the families that we're working with might be experiencing. As if we can think about some of the challenges, then we might find some ways to, we can't solve all of them, but maybe we can look at it a little bit differently and, have some empathy around it, but also maybe in our centers we can, if transportation's a challenge, then how does that work? Maybe there's something that we can do. But yeah, this is great. That these are not everyone will experience these challenges, but some will experience quite a few challenges. And of course, newcomers know that they're coming to a new country, right? And there's going to be some challenges, but just the depth of all of the challenges, I don't think anyone can really anticipate. PEI is unique in its smallness, and some people are coming from villages that are more populated than our major city, right? So it's very different. And the weather, of course, there's so much to do with the weather. Not just that it's freezing cold for months and months, but also like snow removal. You need to book that tractor to come in months ahead before the first snowfall if you want to get that plowed out. Winter driving, winter tires, having fun in the winter. You mean you go outside and you do stuff in -20 for fun, right? So it's very different. Taxes, you get filing income tax as a local, as an established person is a challenge. Imagine if you're coming from a different tax system and put language on top of that. Could be a huge challenge. Even like the day-to-day stuff around tipping. Tipping's not a thing in many parts of the world, and so when to tip, how much to tip. There's so many little things. Even someone had mentioned, you mentioned navigating PEI, and there's a lot to do with that, right? Where do I go to get my car fixed without them taking advantage of me? Or, when Hurricane Dorian came and everyone had branches down, right? And the tree removal services were just backed up. But hey, I have Uncle Jack down the road who owns a chainsaw, so I'm good. But if newcomers don't have those networks, then it's really hard to get stuff done. So I think the isolation and the loneliness, I think the established community, if we can get kind of a sense of, people are coming by themselves or with their immediate family for the most part. It can be very lonely and it can be very isolating, and it's really hard to break into that network of our close-knit PEI. But it's so important that we open up that fabric and let new people in, because it can only imagine how isolating it would be for folks, right? So try to bridge some of that together. All right, thank you for all of that. Next, we're going to move on to the second one. So what might be some challenges that your families, your children may have adapting to some of the Chances practices or accessing some of the Chances programming? So I'm interested to hear this one. So raise your hand, and you folks in the remote sites, please enter into the chat box. So, come on, don't be shy. There's no right or wrong answer. We're not criticizing Chances. We're just seeing if there's anything that we can highlight.
So from Smart Play Murphy's, I have racism, housing, job security, and a sense of belonging.
Okay, I think that probably applied to question one.
One, yep. Not seeing people in their community represented in their play groups. The differences in parenting styles. Translation of language. And a feeling of not being able to relate to the others they're with.
Sorry, what was that last one? Feeling of not being able to relate?
Yeah.
Okay.
And learning about the programs and how to access them, and not always knowing what's available. From O'Leary, they talked about the difference of food and in inclusion practices.
Sorry, what was the last one?
Inclusion,
Okay.
yeah. Mel? Navigating the child care registry.
Aha.
Yes, yes, they've had to help parents do that.
Feeling that they need to change their own culture to fit into the mold.
Right, so changing that they may have to change their own culture to fit into the mold and the group that they're now involved with. Yep. So maybe parents have accessibility issues and not being able to transport their children to the child care centers.
Okay.
Yep. Right. Yeah, and so there could be barriers for parents in wanting to release their information. Their phone numbers, their names, their addresses, which is one of our practices that we do to connect people in.
Right.
Language barrier. Yep. Right, and so from our nutrition staff over here, you know, the differences in what they do eat. So there could be a family who doesn't eat pork, and making adaptations so that they are included and still honoring their culture. Yeah. Yeah, so around feeding practices. So some cultures will still spoon feed a 3 or 4-year-old, where in our culture that would be something that we would expect them to have independence in.
Okay.
Right. Right, and so us understanding as educators that this is the common practice and that these children, it's a new skill that they're learning, opposed to something that maybe, yeah, Canadianized children are used to doing. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, so, yeah, so thinking about how you talked about the cultural expectations in some countries of being the best and us being inclusive for all children can sometimes be hard for some parents to understand why we have a mix of all of our children and that we still run high-quality program, being inclusive and not being exclusive and being like the number one, right? Because we have children with special needs, we have children with
Right.
behavior, and they're all accepted and included. And so sometimes parents from other cultures have a hard time understanding that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. We're good? Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so for parents to navigate access to maybe funding or grants or other ways to access childcare.
Okay. Anything else coming in?
Yeah, from St. Jean too, thinking about programs and maybe being one of the only non-immigrant participants. And so sometimes in our programs, maybe they would feel singled out because their English isn't as good as the rest of the parents if they have a primarily island-based center. So just feeling a little bit excluded because they are the minority in that group.
Okay.
And then how do we help them to feel integrated in?
Right. Great. Anything else? All right, this is great. The last one. No. Challenges that you as Chances staff might encounter working across cultures, or any of the structures that are in place that may pose as a challenge. Give it up.
So for Section 3, Mason Road talked about adapting, language, religion, holidays, the academic differences, and building friendships. And at St. Jean 1, they shared public transportation and the climate change.
Okay, for number 1. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Anything here at the back table? Thank you.
Who had their hand up? Oh, Ruby? Okay, so some children here use sign language. Yeah. And you don't know the sign language yet? Yeah. Right, so lack of communication between staff and children. Different food choices.
Sorry, different what?
Food choices.
Okay.
And weather. Yep. The weather. Yeah, food and language barriers, again.
Okay.
Anybody else for 3?
How diverse are the menus?
Our menu is based on the new Canada Food Guide, so it's kind of diverse for everyone with all the new lentils and beans, and
Yeah.
but yet different.
Super.
Yep. Do you guys have anything to add for 3? We covered it all? Yeah, feeling comfortable with children with different cultures and different religions. Yeah. They have different priorities. Yeah, so children have different behaviors, and learning those nuances of when they want to be alone and when they need to connect. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Marianne? Misunderstanding accents.
Misunderstanding accents.
Yeah. Right. So this is our CAPC program, and they do parent facilitation. And having their materials translated for all the parents is a barrier for us, as
Okay.
everything is primarily done in English. Yep. Right. So not always knowing the experiences of the family, and then trying to be very sensitive.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Not knowing all the experiences of the family.
Right.
And then being sensitive on how to interact. Yeah. And just, yeah, misunderstandings and miscommunications that can happen when we all have a different native language.
Sorry.
When we all have a different native language.
Right.
Just the misunderstandings that may happen. Mm-hmm. Anything else, Shona, from our chat group? From Ferry Road, the level of affection shown to children
Okay.
is different in different cultures. And St. Jean 1 also talked about just needing to have understanding for the different cultures and the families that we're serving. And from our West Prince Best Arts, they talked about balancing, declining, and establishing the relationship.
Balancing what, sorry?
Declining, so maybe their clientele. So they're in-home visitors who work with new mothers. And so they go into the home, and I think establishing relationship and understanding their clientele maybe is
Okay,
where we
yeah.
were going with that. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you all so much for putting this into the context of your work. We will, as I was picking out my pen, there's so many different cultural things, but I noticed there's a red marker here. And in some cultures, if you write a person's name in red, it means death. Red is, in some cultures is reserved for tombstones. So just thought you might find that interesting. There's a lot of different, you would never know all these, so many different things. There's so much to know about culture. But just, I guess that kind of example is just, if you got a reaction from a child or a parent after you wrote a child's name in red, and you're like, what's the big deal? Sometimes these reactions could be because of something cultural, something as simple as the color of your writing instrument. So I guess just to have that lens is that whatever reaction could be based on the cultural or the experience. So I'll ask you to advance to the next slide. So we're talking about cultural diversity in particular. Oftentimes diversity and inclusion are bundled together as though they're the same thing, when in fact they're quite different. Historically, we were taught not to talk about our differences because we only discuss them negatively. So therefore, we just stop talking about them altogether. But inclusion doesn't turn a blind eye. Inclusion sees that we have differences, and inclusion sees the power that can come from those differences, and also that sometimes our differences create challenges. But also to create a bridge so that we can overcome those challenges and to have a path and a plan so that everybody feels respected and valued and that they can be their best selves. So it is very important to look at some of the challenges so we can build bridges, because if we are turning our blind eye, then nothing will be different. So that means that we need to be adaptable. And adaptable just means to make some modifications to suit the environment. We'll go to the next slide. Oftentimes we get the question, who adapts to whom? And of course, newcomers are ready to take on the bulk of the adapting. They're coming to a new country. So most newcomers would say, easily, I'll take on 80% of the adapting. And most Canadian societies, workplaces, organizations will say, well, we really do need people here, so we're going to take on 20% of making some modifications. But the challenge comes, and this slide doesn't quite represent it because the animations aren't working, but the challenge comes when the newcomer thinks that they've done their 80%, and the host community thinks they've done their 20%, when in fact only each party has come halfway. Because rarely do we talk about culture and diversity and some of the challenges. So that red rectangle represents this gap in knowledge and information about what these differences are. But the good news is once we identify that gap in knowledge, we can create those bridges so that we can do things a little bit differently and perhaps better. And it's much better than someone who perceives a small gap and doesn't know how to build bridges. So oftentimes when we look at culture, we compare it to an iceberg, and that the part that we see is the tip of the iceberg. How people dress, their clothing, their language, the food they eat, their festivals. That's the tip of the iceberg. The biggest part of anyone's culture is that less observable part. And rarely do cross-cultural challenges come from that visible part. Most times, the cross-cultural challenges will come from that less observable part, which is, what's considered acceptable, what's unacceptable, what's respectful, what's not respectful, and those vary from culture to culture. So we're going to look at some of that stuff. But first, I'm going to do a little thought experiment with you, and I just want to ask you some questions, and I want you to answer it to yourself in your head. And I want you to imagine that this room and all of your remote sites are filled with people from all over the world. From Venezuela, from Egypt, from Somalia, from Hong Kong, from all over the world. And they're answering these same questions as well. So, when growing up, on a regular day, what time did you wake up? How did you wake up? Like, what caused you to become awake? What were you sleeping on or in? Who was there with you? Were your parents in the same room as you? Your siblings? Is it a room? Does it have a door? Does the door lock? It's time to get ready for the day. So what are you choosing in terms of your clothing, in terms of what's happening later in the day, in terms of activities and weather? You're hungry, so it's time for breakfast. Because breakfast is a thing, and there's food security in your home, that you know that there's going to be food on the table. So you go to the kitchen. It's outside over an open fire, or inside at a stove. Is it hot? Is it cold? It's cereal, it's toast, it's eggs, it's bacon, because it's okay to eat things that come from a pig. It's soup, it's fish, it's rice, it's spicy, it's hot. Who's making it? So you go to the table. Who's at the table with you? Is it a table? Are your grandparents there? Your aunts and uncles and cousins? Have the neighbors dropped by yet? And all of these questions are a part of your culture. And so it's so important to know how subconscious much of our culture is. Your culture kicks in from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, and probably what you dream about in between time. So we're going to look at some of that less observable parts of culture as we go on. So if you Google the definition of culture, you're going to get about 1 billion results. So there's not one perfect definition, and I like to keep things simple. So I'm going to go with a learned way of life, a collective learned way of life. It's something that you're taught, it's not something you're born with, but something that changes throughout life. Even just think about how much our culture has changed here in the last year. But what I'm going to focus on is how culture affects our behavior. So culture produces a system of behavior that helps us act in an accepted and familiar way. Moreover, that gets us respected and rewarded. So as an example, I grew up here in PEI, and so I was taught as I'm walking down the street, I see a stranger, I smile at that stranger. I might even say hello, right? That's what's accepted and familiar here, even respected and rewarded because other people are doing it. So growing up, 99% of the people around me were doing that, so I thought it was a universal behavior, not cultural. So after university, I wanted to take a couple months off, and I went to Italy. Who doesn't want to go to Italy? So I went to Italy. I was there alone for a few months, and so I was walking down the street, and I'm smiling at strangers, saying ciao and buongiorno. And I just kind of got a strange reaction, and I was like, oh, these people are just having a bad day. But then time and time again, I just kept not getting any smiles back, nothing. And then I started getting even more strange reactions from them. And then I realized, it's me, it's my culture. This isn't acceptable here. That's not respected, that's not accepted and familiar. But nobody told me any differently. So I was applying what worked for me here in a whole new context, but no one was telling me any different. And so that's what often happens with newcomers. The way that they're behaving worked for them in their home country, but now we're applying it in a different context. And maybe that's not accepted and familiar here. But the thing is, no one's telling us, and that becomes a challenge. I was speaking to a group of international students, and I asked the group, I said, what was the most shocking thing when you came to PEI? And one lady, she was from China, and she said, strangers smiling at me. I said, oh, really? I never thought of it like that. I said, why? I said, if that happened in your home country, how would you feel? And she said, I'd be nervous. what are they up to? What do they want to do with me? Are they going to rob me? Are they up to something? And I thought, I never really thought of it that way. So what's accepted, and she said, I do it now here. She said, I understand it's a sign of friendliness and I think it's great. But she said, at first, I found it very shocking and surprising. So in many parts of the world, smiling at strangers isn't something you do. But the point is, what's accepted and familiar in one context may not be accepted and familiar in the other context. So even if we think about shaking hands, right? We used to shake hands all the time here. Now, how that has changed. So another element and you're missing a couple of my pictures there, is personal space. Again, how that has changed. But pre-COVID, a personal space would be an arm's length, right? So standing in line, there'd be me, there'd be you, all of that, right? So that varies from culture to culture. In Canada, we have all of this land mass and not that many people. So we can afford to have a large personal space. But if you think of a country that has over 1 billion people in a smaller land mass, then practically there's just less room, right? So smaller personal spaces. So most cultures will have a smaller personal space than what Canadians had been used to. Of course, we are adapting, aren't we? So this image just shows Norway, and they tend to like their personal space even more than Canadians. But even standing in line is cultural. In Canada, we tend to form lines wherever we go. You go to the ATM, you go to the grocery store, the movie theater, we're all just forming lines. That's cultural. In Canada, we tend to have more resources than we have people. In some parts of the world where there's less resources than there are people, I can't afford to stand in line and wait my turn because by the time I get to the front, what I want's not going to be there anymore. So I get very good at making my way to the front. So again, if you're applying that behavior, what worked for you in your home country, like making your way to the front and then going to the superstore and applying that same behavior, it's not accepted and familiar, won't be respected and rewarded. Next slide. Again, my animations are gone. So this is what a beach looks like in Brazil. Lots of people, but if you go to Basin Head Beach here, where you need to space it out. So most cultures have a smaller personal space than what Canadians are used to. Next one, this is an image from Japan, a busy city in Japan. Those two guys, their job is to stog people onto the subway. Yeah, so when the subway is full, there's still room for 10 more. And we get a reaction from that, right? Like, But again, if that's what you grew up with, then that would become natural. And this is only during rush hour, but hey. All right, next slide. So time is cultural. So we'll finish up on time, and then we'll let you have a break, because I think some of us are itching to move our legs. So time is cultural. What is considered early, what is considered late? So how late can I be for a meeting without really having to apologize? Or how late can we start without really having to worry about it, right? So generally, I show up to do these presentations, and we're not going to start at 9, and nobody cares, right? 5 minutes past, that's fine. That's the grace time. So every culture has a grace time, and in PEI, it tends to be about 5-10 minutes. 5-10 minutes grace time. It depends who's running the meeting, depends on the institution you're in, but in general, in society, you can roll in 5-10 minutes late, because it's not really late, because half of us aren't even there yet. So every culture has their own grace time. In northern Mexico, it may be more like 30 minutes grace time. Southern Mexico might be more like 45 minutes. A lady from Nigeria told me 2 hours. Right? So what's the acceptable, or not even acceptable, but what's the expected, right? Because nobody's going to be there at 3. If you say 3, everybody knows to show up at 5. It's just the unspoken norm. Of course, it varies on the context, and it varies if it's work or if it's social aspects, but every culture has their own grace time. Germans, in general, it might be more like -5 minutes. So we would have started right on 9, the doors would be locked, everything would have been, So if I apply my 5-10 minutes, and then I move to Germany and get a job, and I just keep rolling in 5-10 minutes past the stated starting time, because that worked for me here, and I'm applying it over there, people are going to get kind of annoyed with me, right? But unless they tell me explicitly what the difference is, I'll just be operating on what worked for me here. Because you might say, are you going to be on time? Yeah. According to what, though, right? Unless we're being explicit, no one tells me any differently. I'm operating on what worked for me in my home country. Another example would be, will you be ready? Sure, but what does ready look like? I think that's often a good question. What does that look like to be ready? A coworker of mine was gone to pick up a client, and he said, "You're going to be ready at 9. I'm going to pick you up." Yep, got there. The client still has kids running around and got a pot of coffee on, and my coworker's like, you're supposed to be ready. He was ready. He had a pot of coffee on. He was ready to host my coworker. That's what ready looked like. So instead, what does ready look like? Well, it looks like you're going to have someone looking after your kids. You're going to be dressed and ready to go with your coat and your boots on, standing on the doorstep. When I pull up, you'll enter into my vehicle. That's what I expect for ready. So sometimes we're operating on some assumptions, and sometimes we have differing assumptions. So next slide, just to wrap this piece up, the scale rule. This is a non-judgmental way to share with people what the local expectations are. So we can put pretty much any element of culture on this scale. So let's put time on it. So time here in PEI, you can 5-10 mark, right? If I move to northern Mexico, I might need to go to the 30 mark. And if you're too far on either side off of that, then that might pose some challenges. And we'll keep coming back to the scale rule when we talk about some different elements of culture and say, well, this is what's accepted and familiar here in Canada. So if I want to adapt, then I should kind of lean towards that way. If I move to another country, I would want to lean to where they are on that scale. So with that, I think we're at 10:35. How long do you want for a break, Dawn?
Are you good for 15?
Sure.
Yeah. And before we do that, I'm going to do some door prizes. So anybody who is at their remote site, you guys can get your door prize stuff ready. And here I have Marianne David from CAPC. This is Fill Up Your Senses. There you go. That's good. Yeah, it'll smell as good as my office. I'm going to do a couple shout outs personally from me. I want to shout out to Angela Matheson, who is our new Smart Play coordinator. In the past year, she has held 3 positions for us, and she has been so incredibly flexible, so adaptable, and just brought her best to everything that she has done for us here at Chances. And I also want to give a shout out to Shauna Clark over here. In the middle of COVID, our program consultant had to leave her job, and I said to senior management, please give me Shauna, because a lot of the job that the program consultant does is not my strength. And so Shauna left her position, and in the middle of isolation and lockdown, jumped on the team and has been so incredible with her work ethic and putting up with me and all of my quirks. And so I just want to shout out to you, Shauna, and say thank you. So have a big clap, 50-minute break, and then we'll come back to Lisa. There's no sound. Okay? So nobody heard their shout-outs. It's good now? Okay. Ask Best Start if they can hear their shout-outs when I say them. Hold on. We had a little sound issue. So we're going to be clapping for these people twice. And they deserve it because they go above and beyond. So, Queen's Best Start worker. This individual is thoughtful, kind, and positive team member. She has a beautiful love for literature and supports this in her work with families. She thinks of others and lifts our team up by helping us to celebrate milestones and special moments in our lives. She loves to organize and reorganize and is always quick to jump in and help in this way. We recognize Patsy Wakeland's commitment to Chances and the Best Start program, and we give her a shout out today for going above and beyond. They heard it? And the second above and beyond goes to another Queen's Best Start worker. This individual is always ready to step outside of her Best Start worker role and to take on new tasks to support her families and her team. Her flexible and adaptive attitude has helped her and her coworkers during periods of change. She's demonstrated great compassion and leadership as we navigate through the COVID-19 pandemic. We recognize Krista McEwen's commitment to Chances and the Best Start program, and we give her a shout out today and say thank you for always going above and beyond for the team.
All right, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. I'm just going to go forward and throw a lot of content at you. But as we're going through some different parts of culture, I want you to think, how might this apply to working with your families and the children? And then we'll pause, and I'll just invite you through the chat or in this room to offer some insight into how these parts of culture might affect your interactions. Oh, it works. Thank you. All right, so as we go forward, and I've already made some generalizations, but as we go forward, I want to point out that we must not stereotype a culture. If you're from this country, this is how you behave. That's not useful, but generalizations can be useful. That the research tells us that many people from this part of the world do this, and then I will search further to see if that applies to whom I'm working with, but not to stereotype an entire country saying this is how they do things, which is impossible. So on one level, our behavior is affected by our culture, which is this focus. On another level, we have a personality, so our individuality affects our behavior. And on another level, we're all just human beings, and we all do the same things sometimes. So we need to sleep, we need to eat, that kind of stuff. So not to take away from personality and the human nature, but our focus today is just culture. So the next element we're going to look at is how hierarchical a culture is. So hierarchy refers to the inequalities in power that exist in a society and how accepted those inequalities in power are accepted by all members of society. So that image on the right shows a hierarchical society where there's lots of different ranks in society, whereas over on the other side we have an egalitarian society where inequalities in power are not accepted. So let's take an example. If I work in a big company, in a hierarchical society, the CEO would be up here and get a ton of respect, whereas the receptionist would be down here and the custodian may not even get spoken to by the CEO. Whereas in an egalitarian society, if I'm working in a company, I call the CEO by his first name. And if he makes a mistake or if I think that he could use my advice, I'll give it to him or her or them, right? But in a hierarchical society, you wouldn't do that because the boss is the boss and I am merely my role. So we're going to look at how this plays out. And we'll use an example around children. So Brazil is a hierarchical country, and the Netherlands is an egalitarian country. So this example highlights a Brazilian immigrant family moved to the Netherlands. Okay, so they moved in this city, and there's some people from the mayor's office going around door to door, knocking on people's doors, and they're doing a survey. So what they want to do is put a new playground structure in the community, and so they're surveying what kind of playground structure they should put in based on the tastes of the children in the community. So knocks on the Brazilian immigrant's door and says, are your children at home? Or do you have children? He said, yes, they're 4 and 5. He said, oh, well, I'd like to find out what kind of playground equipment they like. And the father replies, well, they like the swings and the teeter-totter. And the guy from the mayor's office says, no. I want to talk to your kids. I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from them. So just the difference there, that from a more hierarchical culture, that it would be the parents provide the information. So in Brazil, for example, if children walk into the room when the parents are entertaining guests, well, the parents would say, go outside and play, because we're dealing with the parents here. And in the Netherlands, if a child would walk into the room with the adults having a conversation, they would bring the children into the conversation. So children are taught at a very young age how hierarchical, not in those terms, of course, but where their place is in society. So this, put it on the scale. If you have hierarchy over at a 10, where inequalities in power and status are readily accepted, and over at a 1, where power is shared and widely dispersed, we have Canada over at a 4. Canada is one of the most egalitarian countries in the world. Sweden is a bit more, but most of the rest of the world are going to be more hierarchical. So most of the newcomer families coming in are used to having more inequalities in power. And you can see the countries highlighted there based on some research. So in a workplace even, to give that example, and then I'm going to ask you to think about how this may apply in your centers working with families and children. But I'll give you a workplace example. If, let's say, you have someone over at a 9 coming as a staff member working for a 4 manager, they may be used to a manager saying, well, here's step 1 of what you need to do, here's step 2, here's step 3. Whereas the 4 manager might say, just go do it, right? Why do you need me to handhold you through this whole thing? Whereas if you have the 4 employee going and working for a 9 manager, the 4 employee might say, I'll just go and do it. And the 9 manager might say, well, you wait and do what you're told, right? So it might kind of seem as micromanaging on one end and kind of like just a loose cannon on the other end. So again, to know what the local context is and what's accepted and familiar in the local context. So here in Canada, we're around a 4. We're really egalitarian. There was a lady from Jordan, and she said, I've been here for like 7 years now, and she said, I still have a hard time calling people by their first name, because we're very much on a first name basis, right? Could call my boss by his first name, call lots of people by their first name, right? To go Mrs., Sir, it's kind of awkward for me. But many other cultures are very hierarchical, and so they would refer not by first name. So an example, imagine I'm your boss, and I tell you as your boss to draw a horse. What are you going to do? You're going to draw a horse. Other people might roll their eyes at me, or laugh, or say, why? Question your boss. Why should I draw a horse? It's not part of my regular duties. It seems like a waste of time. Why do you want me to draw a horse? Or I'll just draw a horse. And if I say, well, that's not what I wanted, you would say, you should have told me differently. You told me to draw a horse, I drew you the best horse I could. That's coming from a very egalitarian way of doing things, right? In a hierarchical society, it might be, what kind of horse? What color is the horse? Is it running? Is it jumping? Is it lying down? Is there someone on the horse? Is it a profile view or is it a face view? How do you want the horse? Because there's only one right horse, and it's the horses in the boss's mind. And so this can play out in various different ways in how we interact with one another. There was famously, nearing the end of World War II in the Soviet Union, when Stalin was in power, he told his troops, he said, if you can get your hands on any U.S. Military technology, I want you to replicate it exactly. So a U.S. bomber was shot down, and his aviation technicians went and replicated the airplane exactly, right down to the bullet holes. He probably didn't want a plane with bullet holes, but they said exactly, and the plane had holes in it, so they put bullet holes in this brand new plane, right? So step-by-step exact instructions, whereas a more egalitarian society would be like, I'm just gonna put my own spin on it. Right, so this again just comes from a more management type of view, but a hierarchical would be leading a team. I delegate tasks and I provide guidance. I check in regularly because I'm responsible for them. More egalitarian society, leading a team, I just share a vision and let them go do their thing. They want to grow professionally, and if they can have any questions, they'll come to me. Right, so how that varies kind of more in the workplace setting. So I'll throw it out to you and to you at the remote sites. Any kind of ideas how this dimension might play out and how you're interacting with families or how you're interacting with children? See what you might have. Just raise your hand if you have any thoughts, and if you don't, that's fine. We can move on. So we'll take that in, and I'll just give a couple more examples. So Thailand is a very hierarchical culture, and when this image was taken, the guy sitting on the floor in the white is the Prime Minister of Thailand. Normally, he doesn't sit on the floor for people. People sit on the floor for him. Who must that guy in the black suit be? King. So the two most powerful people in the country, yet they're showing this distance of power that exists between them. You are the king, yet I am merely the prime minister. Whereas in a more egalitarian society, in this image, at the time it was taken, the guy with the cane was the prime minister of Sweden. Sweden is a very egalitarian country. He's standing in line for the ATM like everybody else. I'm just going to wait my turn. If he came from a hierarchical society, he'd go straight to the front, or he'd have someone else do his business for him, right? So it interacts in our relationships with one another. I was at an event in Stratford, and the premier came. It was like a welcome event. There was all kinds of newcomers there. And there was one family, and they were from Palestine. And she was so cute. She said, "Oh my gosh, the premier's here. Like, I could actually touch him. Like, he's just getting sandwiches. I just can't believe it." And I was like, "Oh, it's the premier. Like, whatever." And she said, in my country, that person, the premier, would be just flooded with security, and you wouldn't have a chance to get near them. So just the levels there of what's so elite type of thing varies so much from a more hierarchical versus egalitarian. Yes, Dawn?
From Ferry Road, they talked about how we are addressed. Some parents may refer to us as Mrs. or Mr., and some parents refer to us just by our first names. Kayla from Prince Street said, when asking parents for feedback on our program, some parents may feel afraid to give their own opinion because they see us as the expert.
Right.
Or the formality of our relationships. Also from Ferry Road, some may be okay with joking and some more friendly interaction, where other families are much more formal and answer and yes, ma'am to the director.
Right, yes. And jokes, too, are very cultural, too, right? So a joke in one culture may not fit in another culture, too. So that's really interesting, yeah. Okay. So I did have a really funny video, but you don't get to see it. So this map just shows which countries lay where. So the lighter green would be egalitarian countries, and the dark green would be, as it gets darker, gets more and more hierarchical. And the white countries, there's just no data on it for this study. Right, so regardless of where we come from in our cultures, we all tend to have very similar values. It's just how we prioritize them may look a bit differently. But then the next dimension of culture I'm going to get into is individualism and collectivism. So on one end of the scale, we're an individualist, on another end of the scale, a collectivist. So I'll highlight this with a story about a friend of mine. A friend of mine, he taught in Japan for several years. He was teaching English as an additional language, and it was his first week on the job, and his team wanted to take him out for supper. So this was great. There's about 12 of them, and they go out for supper, and they're all sitting at this big table, and they've placed their orders. They have this small, like 5-ounce cup in front of them, and the server comes out with a 750 ml bottle of beer and sets it right in front of my Canadian friend. What do we think he did? He didn't drink straight from the bottle, he poured himself a glass. And then there was a hush that entered the room, and all eyes were on him. So he thought, I must have done something culturally inappropriate. So what he did was watched. And what happened was that one person would pour the next person's drink, and that person would then pour the next person's drink, and so on, all the way around the table. And when he asked the question, why do you do that? Well, it's tradition, it's respectful, it's what we do, it's what we were taught. But there are origins as to why one would do that. But first, before I get there, let me ask you, if we're going out for lunch today, and I'm waiting for you to pour my drink, how do you feel? Do it yourself, right? It's an imposition. You got two hands, pour yourself a drink. I'm not doing it for you, right? It's an imposition, so very different in terms of how we're looking at it. But the origins, so post-colonization here in Canada, there'd be my house, and then like a kilometer or two away, there'd be the next house. And in Japan, there'd be my house, and an inch or two away would be the next house, next house, next house, next house, right? So group harmony became paramount. So showing service to others was a core value, whereas in Canada, taking care of myself and my immediate family became one of the highlighting values. And so one is not right or wrong, it's just a different way of doing things. So if we put this on a scale, Canada, let's say, okay, so individualism over at a 10, where independence and taking care of yourself is the most important, and then collectivism over at a 1, where group loyalty and taking care of others is the most important. Canada rolls in at an 8, where I might contest and say that PEI might lean a little bit more towards the 7. I think we're a little bit more collectivist than some of the big cities, but all to say we're close to an 8. So Canada is one of the most individualist countries in the world. The United States and Australia are even more individualist, but most of the rest of the world are coming from a more collectivist background. So again, to start thinking about how this might play out in your interactions with families and children. So if we even look at how we mail a letter, here in Canada to the Jane Doe, first you are Jane the individual. Then you are part of your Doe family, you work in this department, at this institution, in this city, in this province, in this country. Mailing a letter in China, first you are part of the country of China. Then the province and the city, then the institution, then the department, then your family, the Lee family. Finally, you are the individual John. So how are decisions made then? Oftentimes in more collectivist cultures, there'd be a lot more input from the family in terms of decision making, in terms of what field of study I would take, let's say at university, or even who I would marry. There would be more collectivist. It might be not just my parents, but my siblings and my aunts and uncles, and maybe a greater range of people are involved in decision making. So growing up, my mom was a nurse, and her mom was a nurse, and I really respected these women, so I thought, I think I'll be a nurse. But then I got older, and I thought, I don't think I can handle it. I don't think I'm cut out for it. So I'm obviously not a nurse. But I came from an individualist culture, right? From a more collectivist culture, I'm sure I would have felt a different sense of obligation, and they probably may have given more insight into, yes, you should become a nurse. So it plays out in how our decisions might be made. So if you want to enter into the chat or bring forward any thoughts on how being in an individualist culture with more collectivist families, how that might play out, feel welcome to say or chat. But for now, I'll just show you the map. The dark purple represents more individualist cultures, and as the lighter it goes, it's more collectivist, with the white, just no data on.
For myself, I lived in Thailand for 6 months with a Thai family, and I was very, very aware of the differences in this aspect. I was staying with a family who had maids, and it was just such a different culture, and I remember feeling very annoyed that someone would come in and clean my room. Now that I'm a mother with 2 children, I wish someone would come clean my room. But as an independent 20-year-old, I I felt very restricted in a lot of the things that we did and a lot of choices, even to maybe an outfit I chose to wear or how I spoke to somebody. It was very, very different. And being a very independent young woman at 20, I found it quite stifling. So if I flip that and I think about people who are used to having a collectivism and coming into an individualist society, I could see how you would feel so isolated and alone at sometimes if you have this group of people around you always kind of giving you input and helping to kind of, guide your life, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it might feel cold.
Yeah.
Cold and isolating, right? Yeah. And particularly with COVID too, I was doing I was watching a webinar, and it was about how people from collectivist cultures having to stay away from people so much. It's hard on any of us, but imagine coming from a more collectivist culture when you're used to having that family support and that group support, and oftentimes where elders are revered, and now you're told to stay away from those people because they're the most susceptible of having the worst harm of getting COVID. So just the impact of maybe coming from a more collectivist culture may even look different with something like the pandemic. Yeah. I think your story was great in that it helps us, because we often have an emotional reaction, like you felt stifled and kind of annoyed, right? But if we can separate and say, is this a cultural behavior or cultural trait, or is it a personality trait? That can help a bit, because culture's always changing, right? Your personality's your personality. It's kind of stuck with it unless you do some deep soul searching. But culture's always changing, and like most newcomers do want to adapt, adapting doesn't happen overnight, and it helps to have the support of the established community. But if we can separate culture from personality and see where is this coming from? Because the desire to be respectful is universal, but the behaviors to demonstrate respect are cultural. And I think that is so important to know and keep at the forefront of our mind, because sometimes respect looks very different and almost opposing. But if we can understand, well, I'm imagining that you're probably trying to show me respect because most people are good people, right? It looks different from culture to culture. All right, so just a cute little cartoon about understanding the local context, understanding the rules. And unless we're clear and explicit, people are going to be operating on what they know, what worked for them in their home country, what was accepted and familiar, was respected and rewarded. So it's very important to know the local context. And it becomes so tricky because oftentimes the established community, we don't know our culture. We don't know where we are on the scale. So if we don't know where we are on the scale, then it's really hard to then impart that to our new islanders. Oh, so we've well past our break. We'll skip that. We're not having another break. So next we're going to get into communication. So the message we give and receive to each other, the research tells us that only 7% of the message we give and receive to each other is verbal. It's a tiny little percent, but we do put a lot of weight on that verbal communication. So next we're going to do an exercise with you folks. So I'm going to rely on you folks in the remote sites to work with this exercise as well. So I'm going to give this in 3 steps, and then I'll give you an example to clarify. But what I'm going to try and do, and if you can do this at your remote sites, is, so I'm going to put people in partners. And if possible, if we can make sure that one person in the partner has English as a mother tongue. Okay, so we'll work with this room first. Raise your hand if English is not your first language. Okay, good. Do you both have the same first language? Okay, so we'll you folks can do this activity in your first language. Is that okay? Okay. Everyone else has someone at their table whose English is their mother tongue, so this is fine. No, we're not doing worksheets. No, you don't need a worksheet at all. This is just, I just need you to stick with the instructions. Okay, so first instruction is find a partner. So you folks in the remote sites and you groups of 3, that's fine here. But if you can do groups of 2 at your remote sites, that would be great. You can have a group of 3 if necessary. Try and make sure each pair has someone who speaks English as a mother tongue. All right, that's step 1, find partners. Good? Ready for step 2. So in your groups, one of you is the listener and one of you is the speaker, and the other 1 or 2 of you are the listeners, okay? If English is not your first language, you are automatically the listener, okay? For you folks, you need to determine who's the speaker and who's the listener, okay? So for the rest of you, you just figure out who's going to speak and who's going to listen. So look at each other and say, I'll speak. Usually people say, I'll listen. So if there's any clarification needed from the remote sites along the way, feel free to enter into the chat. This sounds complicated, but it's not. It will clarify in just a minute. So we have people in groups of 2, some 3. We have 1 speaker and 1 or 2 listeners. Good. This is where it gets tricky, but stay with me. So, and if this doesn't work, but let me know. It will work for the rest. So, speakers, you need to tell your listener what you did from the time you woke up this morning until the time you left your house or your place of residence, okay? So everything that you did step by step from the time you woke up to the time you left your house. There's a trick, though. Every time you say an action word, like a verb, you have to find another word that means pretty much the same thing and say them both. Stick with me. Here's where my example will clarify. So I walked. Walk is a verb, it's an action, so I need to find another one. I walked, I strolled to the kitchen. I poured, dumped cereal in my bowl. I ate, consumed the cereal. I emptied, I discarded the remains into the compost. I washed, cleaned my bowl. Right? So I'm finding a synonym for every verb, and I'm double verbing. That's what the speakers do. Does that work in your mother tongue? Okay, good. That's what the speakers do. Listeners, just listen. Okay? You can be supportive if you want. If you find that they're messing up, you can try and help them out. Or if you feel like it, if they're skipping words, you can say, wait, now back it up. You missed one. Do that one. Okay? So it just depends on your mood. Go. But try and keep your focus as a listener, because it will be easy to think about what you want to eat for lunch. But try and keep focusing on your speaker. Okay? So from the time you wake up to the time you leave your house, you are double verbing. Does anyone need clarification? Anything in the chat? You're double verbing from the time you wake up to the time you leave your house, step by step. Keep it PG, okay? All right. All right, go for it. Okay, I think we'll wrap it up there. Some of you are done, most of you are done, some aren't, but we'll stop you in your storytelling. So, tell me, please, if you don't mind raising your hand, and feel free to enter into the chat. We'd love to hear from you on the remote sides. Dawn has her microphone. So tell me, what happened for you doing that exercise, whether you're the speaker or the listener? What happened? You just might have to volunteer people, Dawn.
Yeah. It took a lot longer than she thought to get her message out. Yeah.
Yep, it took more time, for sure. Anything else? What had
Ladies?
happened?
It took a lot of thought.
Yeah, it took a lot of thought. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
How did it feel? Either as the speaker or the listener.
Yeah. It's hard to be fluent and think at the same time, knowing what else you're going to put in there,
Right, yes.
or to even think of that other word.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, what did the speaker need more of to do this activity versus if you were speaking normally? You had mentioned time, vocabulary. What about the listener? What did the listener need more of? Patience, yeah, for sure. So this is a simplified simulation of what it might be like if English is not your first language and you're still learning English, what it might be like for you communicating, the challenge of it. So oftentimes, well, first let's ask the question, did the listeners, did you notice anything about your speaker's body language?
I have some remote comments
Yes,
here.
please.
Amanda said it was hard to think of what you were trying to say. Maria said, I tried to do it by myself and was having a really hard time finding synonyms and was getting frustrated.
Oh, well, thanks for trying by yourself. That's commitment.
At Mason Road, they had to stop and think before speaking. Murphy says it's frustrating to think of different words.
Frustrating.
Yeah, and at Mason Road, the listener needs to pay more attention to the talker.
Right. So the listener did need more focus as well, right? As well as patience, more focus. Did any of you listeners kind of dawdle off and say, it's just taking a long time for this person to spit out whatever they want to say? I'm going to think about what I'm going to order for lunch, right? Because we can do that, right? But it helps if we can maintain our focus. So the nonverbal communication, did you notice anything different about your speaker's body language? You know, sometimes we gesture more and sometimes we don't. We do the opposite. Sometimes the eye contact shifts. We have our hand up back here. Yeah?
As I'm walking over here, Sean and I were giggling a lot,
Yes.
right? There was a lot of giggling going on. Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of eye contact and using of hands, and as that was happening, there was like that uncomfortable giggle happening too over here.
Right, right.
Oh, and she got a 10 out of 10.
So you got a 10 out of 10. You were scored. Wow. Fantastic. Over here.
How about you guys? Every time she was talking, she was doing a shoulder shrug, trying to
Every time she got it one, she did a shoulder
Yeah.
shrug.
Yeah.
Score.
and really intense eye contact, like staring into Sally's soul.
Intense eye contact. Interesting, because sometimes it's that way, or it goes the opposite way, where people are looking at the ceiling or the floor because they're just so intent on finding that word. So it could go either way.
Yeah. Okay. So Tanya was looking away. Yeah, so she was gazing off into the distance, trying to find words.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. So sometimes that happens. So this is just to kind of highlight that when you're interacting with someone who's still learning English, you may not be getting their true body language. So if they're not looking you in the eye, for instance, oftentimes we'll put some assumptions based on, if we're not looking someone in the eye, that they're disinterested or they're dishonest or something, but it could be because we're just searching for that word, right? Did any of you find that your second verb, the meaning didn't quite fit? Like, I kissed my kids goodbye, I licked my kids goodbye. I didn't. Right? I made a sandwich, I constructed a sandwich, right? It doesn't always fit just as smoothly as you'd like. And so what happens is, in a person's mother tongue, it sounds great. It's very articulate, and it's full of personality and charisma, but because of lack of time and language and perhaps patience on the other end, we just need to get it out, right? The best that I can. So it's not a true reflection of one's, intelligence and what they're actually meaning to say. And so you're oftentimes losing some of the personality that comes with the storytelling nature of it. So like, I woke up, I got dressed, I made food, I had a shower. You're losing a lot of the person's charisma and personality too, sometimes when we're doing this. Did any of you, when you're telling your story, did you leave your house? Like, did you get in your car? Did you drive somewhere? Did you come all the way here? Raise your hand if you left your house. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tables left their house. So about half of you left your house. So on purpose, I repeated the instructions about 4 times, from the time you wake up to the time you leave your house. This is the activity from the time you wake up to the time you leave your house. So repeating myself doesn't necessarily equal comprehension, right? And so I did that on purpose to highlight, because we're so focused on this challenging task at hand, I'm putting all of my energy into it, that I'm just gonna keep on going until I think that the activity's done. So just be careful of repetition, of repeating yourself. It doesn't mean that the other person's necessarily understood what you meant. Instead, I could have checked for comprehension, and I said, okay, folks, when are we done doing this activity? And you'd say, when we get to the church. No, it's when you close the door behind you, when you leave your house. So I think that's a good point to take from this. The last thing I'll mention is, what would it feel like for you if you had to double verb for the rest of today? Exhausting. Stressful. Right. So when people are speaking in their mother tongue to each other, it's not to exclude you, but it's to do it more quickly, to make sense of, get the right meaning, and to have the storytelling. And so it just makes more sense for people to speak in their mother tongue to one another oftentimes. I work in a very diverse workplace. If 2 Chinese-speaking people are working on a project together, it makes a lot of sense for them to speak in their mother tongue to one another. If they're on a lunch break, speak Chinese to each other, to take a break, actually take a break. So if you're finding that families or kids are speaking in their mother tongue to one another, that makes perfect sense, right? So it's not to exclude you, and sometimes people get uncomfortable if someone's laughing. Oh, it's about me. Well, it's not. I guarantee it's not about you. So just to put your feet in the shoes of, for just a couple moments, of what it might be like to be constantly translating. After so many years of knowing a second language, you begin to think in that next language. But for a period of time, you're constantly translating. And I guess the other thing to think about is, when we think about time, we often will allow the person to take more time to speak, but also for you to take time, give your information in chunks. Because if I'm delivering information to someone who's learning English the same way I'm delivering information to someone whose mother tongue is English, I'm just gonna go blah, 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 and they're not gonna get it all because they're translating, right? So try and give information in chunks, check for comprehension, and then move on to the next piece. So we need time both ways. Right, so thank you for participating in that little activity. So just some suggestions. It helps if you can face the person you're speaking to. I know it sounds simple, but sometimes we try and be so multitasking and doing so many things at once. And the masks are becoming, right? And so I just learned this about a month ago through Here PEI is doing kind of a campaign about semi-transparent masks. So I don't know how much you're masked in your workplace, but if someone can't see your mouth, it becomes more difficult, so particularly if there's a hearing impairment or if someone's learning a new language. So it really helps if they can see your mouth. So if you do wear masks a lot at work, then maybe you might consider wearing semi-transparent masks so they can see your mouth. Next one, simplify your vocabulary and sentence structure. So what would an English language learner know for terms? So not to use broken English, but to use simplified vocabulary and consistent terms. So for example, if I'm saying couch, sofa, Chesterfield, well, they all mean the same thing, but flip-flopping back and forth could be confusing. So instead, I'm just going to say sofa, 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 right? It just makes more sense. Speak a little bit more slowly. Not necessarily louder, just a little bit slower. Again, the repeat sometimes will work, but sometimes it can be a matter of accent. And say, oh, I'm not getting that word. Can you write it down or rephrase? Asking questions. State what you did understand. So the person doesn't have to start at point A all over again. Rather than say, could you repeat that? But you did get some of the information. You could say, well, I understand that you're dropping Sally off late tomorrow, but I didn't understand what time you said you're coming in, right? So they don't have to start at point A. Having some support, patience, empathy goes a long way. The Google Translate app, if you don't have it on your phone, it's a handy tool. You can speak into it and it will speak back out. And just know that when people are speaking in their mother tongue, it's just to take some of that break off. Like if you had to speak in double verbs for the rest of the day, you might physically have like a migraine or a headache come the end of the day. It has like some physical repercussions. So just know that when people are speaking in their mother tongue to each other, just less stressful. Great. So next we're going to move into some of the nonverbal communication. So the studies tell us that 55% of the message we give and receive to one another comes from our body language. So we're going to look at that. You have an activity, but we're not going to do it in the sake of time. But feel free to run it another time with your staff. So eye contact. Very quickly, we make assumptions on each other based on our nonverbal, our body language, and eye contact is one of them. So if I was talking to you and I never looked at you the whole time, we very quickly make assumptions, right? She's shy, she's nervous, she doesn't want to be here, something, right? So in some cultures, it's more respectful not to give eye contact, particularly if you're seen as an authority or if you're a stranger. You wouldn't give eye contact to like an elder perhaps, or a police officer, or my teacher, or my boss. It's seen as confrontational. It's kind of like if I stared at you for too long, you're just like, what's up, right? Stop. So just do interpreting eye contact. So we can take a pause and say, well, what is the actual behavior? Like, what is a fact here? Well, the fact is you're not looking me in the eye, okay? What's my interpretation of that? I'm interpreting that you're bored. You're getting tired. What could be another interpretation based on cultural diversity? Well, maybe that's how people show respect, and they're trying to be respectful, and then just try and make a path forward with that. So just to know that eye contact is cultural. There was an example of a student getting in trouble at school, as any kids do from time to time, and this kid was English as an additional language. He was from a different culture than Canada, and the teacher was like telling the kid, you know, you can't be talking in class or whatever, and the kid's looking at the floor, trying to be respectful, and the teacher's like, you look at me when I'm talking to you, and the kid's like, I'm already in enough trouble, now you want me to look at you? So you can see how just those little things might play out. Our speech patterns, how we take turns talking. So that blue pattern represents the dominant culture in Canada. So I'll talk, short silence, Don will talk, short silence, and we're back and forth like that, like a ping pong game. The top image there highlights some parts of Eastern Asia and for some Indigenous Canadians, that there is a longer pause between speakers. So I'll talk, you'll talk. I'll talk. And so that extra second feels like an eternity, right? A lot of established Canadians really don't like silence, and we fill it by talking about the weather, I think. But if I'm following the blue pattern and I'm interacting with someone who's following that top pattern, I might just continue to cut them off. Because like, oh, they didn't answer me in the time frame that I'm used to, so they don't have an answer, or they didn't understand me, so I'm just going to keep cutting them off. So if we can just hold that pause for an extra second, we might get the response that we're looking for. And then that bottom image highlights parts of Latin America where there's no pause. And so I was taught from my cultural viewpoint that that's disrespectful, that's interruptive, and I don't do that. But they're coming from a place of engagement, that we're just really engaged in this conversation, and we're just going to overlap a bit. So most of these differences, they may come across as disrespectful or rude, but most of the time they're coming from a place of respect. Again, the desire to be respectful is universal. The behaviors to demonstrate respect is cultural. The next one we're going to look at, and I know we have 15 minutes left, and then you get to eat. The next one highlights how direct or indirect we are in our communication. So this can be a personality trait and also a cultural trait. So personality-wise, I tend to be a bit more direct than what this local culture is, and I have to kind of bring myself back, otherwise people are going to think I'm rude. So I'll highlight a personality trait first. So there was a husband and a wife, and they are gone on a road trip, and they've been driving for 6 hours, and the wife turns to her husband and says, "Honey, are you hungry?" And he says, "Nope," and keeps on driving. 20 minutes later, she turns to him and said, "Would you pull over? I told you I'm starving." And he says, "No, you didn't. You asked me if I was hungry." Right, so she prefers the indirect approach, and he's more of a direct approach, right? She wants him to fill her cup. So we'll look at culturally. So this study tells us at the top direct, indirect near the bottom, and where you can see Canada there in the middle, kind of leaning a bit more to indirect. And even the United States is quite a bit more direct than us. And oftentimes people will think the US and Canada are very similar in the cultures, but there are these nuances. So in Canada, if I'm giving a criticism to you, I don't just criticize you, right? I have to sandwich it with compliments, because I need to take care of your feelings too, right? So I wouldn't say, "You made a mistake." I'd say, "I really loved the topic of your report. There's a few mistakes in it I'd love you to fix up, but your font was really pretty. I've never seen that one before." Right? So if you're the same as me in terms of culture and indirect style, then you know what I mean, that I'd want you to fix the report, and I'm just saying some nice things to be nice. But if I just said to you, "Your report was full of mistakes, fix it and get it back to me," you'd be like, "Oh, she's harsh," right? So it's how we deliver and receive the message and our interpretation of that. But in some cultures, such as Germany, just to say that your report was full of mistakes, get it back to me. That's not harming the relationship. No one's feelings getting hurt, because most people deliver the information that way. But most cultures that are coming in here are coming from more indirect communication styles. So there's even more context and more layers to figuring out what is the true meaning. There was an example of in Indonesia, which is an indirect style of communication. There was a young girl and a young boy who fell in love, and they wanted to get married, but he was from a poor family and she was from a rich family, and typically that wouldn't happen in their culture. But the young boy begged his mother, "Will you please go talk to the girl's mother and see if we can get married?" So she agrees. So the young boy's mother goes to the young girl's mother's house, and the young girl's mother serves tea. And with the tea, she serves a banana. And they had a lovely visit, talked nothing about the young couple. The boy's mother comes home and says, "I'm sorry." The answer is no. But they didn't speak about it at all. So how did the mom know that? Tea and a banana, two things that don't go together. Implying your son and my daughter, not going to work, right? Didn't even have to say a word, right? So it saved each other's feelings. So for me, if someone serves me tea and a banana, well, it's kind of an odd pairing, but I'm hungry, so, right? Not thinking twice about it. So what are the values behind it? So directness is seen as a sign of honesty and respect. Where in Canada, honesty is important, but I also need to convey it in a way to take care of your feelings. More indirect, this plays off of collectivism also and group harmony, that feelings first is the most important. Honesty is not always the best policy. So in Canada, I might say, I see things very differently than you if we're working on something together. You know, I disagree with you, but if I just outright say I disagree, that's a little too harsh. Whereas someone from a more indirect culture might say, that's a very interesting viewpoint, and they mean I disagree. So there's lots of different ways of doing this. What do you think about trying it this way? There's a better way of doing that. Your idea might work. Right? All meaning there's a better way of doing that. We like this one, that might be tricky. I can't do it. Don't rely on me. You know, if I tell you it's tricky, probably not going to do it for you. And then more indirect might say, I'll try my best, meaning I can't do it. So I think this is a really interesting one. And the more you're immersed in working across communication styles, the more savvy you'll get at understanding. I like this quote by Paul Václavic, what is true is not what I say, but what you understand. So it's be cautious of when you use yes or no questions, because in some indirect cultures, my friend who taught in Japan, he said there's 15 different ways of saying no without actually saying no. Because no is just too harsh, it's too rude. So he was asking his boss, when he was in Japan, he was asking his boss for some time off. And so he said, it's a month away, I've got all this time, my schedule's clear, if anything comes up, I have someone to cover me. Can I take a week's vacation? And his boss replied with a sigh, and then in Japanese he said, that's difficult. And my friend was like, well, no, it's not difficult, and here's why. And so he just kept getting, that's difficult. And so my friend went to his Japanese colleague, and he said, oh, he's telling you no. He's like, oh. So yes can mean maybe, yes can mean no, yes can mean yes, and it's all in how it's said. So be careful of yes or no questions, because you may get a yes when in fact the answer is no. Because there's the idea of saving face and giving face and all of this as well in indirect cultures. So as an example, if I'm sitting in for the receptionist while she's on lunch, and if someone comes in with a low level of English, and I'm saying, okay, tomorrow your appointment's at 9, please bring your landing papers and your passport, in your meetings with Stephen. Do you got that? Do you understand? And they say yes. I can't be reassured knowing that they understand. Maybe they're just saying yes because I didn't explain myself well enough, and it'd make me look bad and make them look bad for them calling me out on my bad explanation. So instead I could say, what time is your meeting tomorrow? Who are you meeting with? And what documents do you need to bring? So that I can find out for sure that they understand the information that I passed along that they get. All right, what's the next one? Okay, how much emotion we display is cultural as well. This yellow line highlights English Canada. So at the top of all of these arrows is 100% positive. At the bottom of all these arrows is 100% negative emotion. So we all feel emotion. It's just these arrows represent how much we show it, how much we display our emotion. So if I win $1 million, I'm going to be super happy. But how much I show it may be in that yellow capacity. Whereas if the one on the very right there, if I'm an Italian, for example, they're known to be very expressive, and I win $1 million, you're going to see it. You're going to see the expression. Doesn't mean that the Italian's more happy or more grateful than I am. It's just we're taught culturally to show our emotion more in some cultures. Whereas in some cultures, the green line there represents parts of Eastern Asia, and for some Indigenous Canadians, a smaller range of display. So it's important to be careful of how we're interpreting each other's displays of emotion. Just to give a school example, if I'm teacher in the yellow and my student and family is in green, and that student is failing, and I'm at parent-teacher interviews, and the parents are just not giving me much emotion back, and I'm saying, your student's failing, they're doing terrible. And I think, oh, gee, what a terrible parent, because if it was me, you would see that I'm visibly concerned, right? So just be careful of how we're interpreting each other's emotion based on the display of emotion. And feel free to chime in, anyone at any time, if you have something to bring it back into the childcare vicinity context. Oh, this one's not going to work. Oh, shoot. So this is not accurate because my animations should have flown everywhere. But it's to highlight that some cultures are taught to face confrontation head on. And that's what we're taught at a young age. You just face it head on. Whereas in some cultures, you avoid confrontation because you need to protect that group harmony and all of that. So, and then we tie in how expressive we are. So unfortunately, you don't get to see this slide, but just to understand that if you find that some cultures are very confrontational, and of course there's personality traits as well, and then some are very not confrontational, well, it might be a cultural trait. And, well, this is just something fun to do to get you moving, but yeah, let's do it. It only takes a second. Lift your right foot and make clockwise circles. So clockwise, right? The way that the hands on the clock would go. Now, while doing that, draw the number 6 in the air with your right hand. Oh, did I actually do it? No, I can't do it either. Yeah, so you can't do it. If you can, you're amazing. But our subconscious is telling us not to. It just goes against what we're supposed to do. So your foot really would be changing direction, but we didn't have to do that, but I thought you'd enjoy it. All right. The single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. George Bernard Shaw. So just because I'm saying something doesn't mean you're interpreting it the way that I intended it to be interpreted. So how many minutes left? Like 6 minutes left. I won't keep you, I promise, a minute past. So it's impossible to know about all the different cultures in the world. You know, it's great to do some research, but culture's changing so much too. That's why there's no handbook on this is how PEI is, right? Culture's constantly changing. And at the heart of our success of cross-cultural interactions is our attitudes. What's our attitudes to diversity? And at the heart of our attitudes lies our perceptions. So for the last few slides, I want to test your perceptions. Oh, gosh, the animations just ruined this for me. So I was going to say, elephants are big. Would you agree? And most of you would say, yeah, sure, elephants are big. And then I'd say, you guys, someone needs to challenge me. And someone would say, well, what are you comparing it to? Right, so compared to what? Elephants are big compared to me. I am the default for that statement and every statement that I make. Things are big and small, fast and slow, normal and strange, right and wrong. And this has come to define how I see everything that there is around me. And that's where a major cross-cultural challenge comes from. My way is valid, but so might an opposite way of doing things also be valid. Oh, I didn't want this one. There, this one. This map of the world, is it wrong? Oh, it's just millions of years out of date. Right? The way we do things now isn't the way that we'll always do them. Right? Things are constantly changing. And so what the world map looks like in thousands of year times might be very different than what we're used to seeing now. So it's important to appreciate diverse perspectives because what we can do is argue about them if I don't see them, or we can appreciate them. So I say, I see 3 sticks, Don sees 4 sticks. You're wrong, I'm right. Or I can say, wow, you're seeing the world through a whole different lens than I am, and there's great value in that. If we're all approaching life, society, looking through the same lens, we're only going to get so many solutions to our problems. You know, think about poverty, crime, health. Think about some of the problems that we're facing. And if all of us are looking at it through one lens and say, oh, 3 is the answer. But what if we have diverse perspectives and we say, wow, maybe 4 is more efficient, more cost-effective? So diversity of thought is really, really beneficial. So it's important to look at who are the decision makers in our society, in our organizations. If they all look the same, talk the same, walk the same, you're going to have a limited amount of perspectives. So it's important that, you know, our boards are diverse, that our elected officials are diverse, so that we can have diversity of thought and be able to approach problems from a variety of different angles. Oh, I wasn't supposed to put this in here, but it's a fun one. We're not going to do this, but you can play with it later. Oh, I gave you the answer. Never mind. Right. So Yes, so just back to this. Diversity does not equal inclusion. Diversity is differences. We all have all kinds of differences. Of course, our focus this morning was on cultural diversity. But inclusion is a practice. It's not something that to have just achieved and have been done. It's an ongoing practice where people feel respected, a sense of belonging, that they're supported so that they can grow to be their best self. So we need to look at some of the challenges and find ways to build bridges and a path and a plan so that people can feel included. And I did give you this as handouts. You don't have to hand it out. There's only 1 minute left. But if you want to later, just, sit with this image for a while and say, how does this apply to the work that we do with our children and our families? And so, final thoughts. This is it, folks. Number one, you have a culture. All of us have a culture. And it's not easy to change our culture, and it's really helpful if we can understand what is our culture and share that with others. This is how I was taught to do things. How are you taught to do things? And maybe they might be on different ends of the scale, and we can find a way to bridge that. And lastly, if someone does something that kind of irritates you or annoys you or makes you wonder, well, go with that wonder. Don't be furious, because so often we get to that irritated bit, right? But don't be furious, be curious, because the desire to be respectful is universal. The behaviors to demonstrate respect is cultural. So, thank you very much, and thanks for all of the tech support.
Awesome.
That was awesome.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much for spending the morning with us in our new way of doing things. Just a thank you on behalf of Chances.
Thank you.
And I'm going to do a couple more door prizes, or a door prize and a couple more shout outs here before we go. I'm going to come up on stage here so I can take off my mask, if that's okay. So let's do a door prize first. So everybody at their locations, if you want to pull a name. And here it is, Michaela Gree from CAPC. Oh, CAPC is cleaning up. And this says, a warm hug for you in your hands. There you go. Okay. Oh, wow, that's good. Okay. I'd like to do a shout out first to our team that is joining us today, to the government team. We want to say on behalf of Chances, thank you. Thank you for being coaches. Thank you for being inspectors. Thank you for being an ear to listen when things were so uncertain. And thank you for always helping us to feel like we can ask questions and that we can maybe make mistakes, but move forward in a safe way, not feeling like we're going to be reprimanded, but that you guys are always there and have our back. So thank you. I'm going to give a above and beyond. This goes to one of our other admins. It's Allison Norton. Allison goes above and beyond. She does all of our parent billing. She manages an extreme amount of families, and she works with a whole bunch of directors who are really great ECEs and not awesome bookkeepers. So Allison teaches us, and she has patience with us, and she answers all of our questions, and she is absolutely goes above and beyond to help all of us feel like we are doing a good job, and sometimes we're just falling forward, but we're still learning. So big clap for Allison. Okay, I have one more shout out and then one more above and beyond. So this shout out goes to Mason Road from their director, Marianne. Marianne says, during the past few months that she has become a director, she cannot thank her staff enough for the support that they have shown. You are all so much heart, and it truly shows in your teaching every day. I'm so proud of our center. We are continually learning and growing together to make Mason the best it can be. Thank you for being supportive to each other and for creating a nurturing environment for children. Good job, Mason Road. All right, and our last above and beyond is for a special needs assistant, and this goes to St. Jean 2 to Gordy McKeeman. Gordy has been with Chances for over 10 years. He's worked as a casual and ECE, SNA support, and during the years, Olga has worked with Gordy. She's had the opportunity to observe his interpersonal style, his pleasant way of interacting with everybody, and how he just positively motivates the whole team. Olga says he has one of the best personalities I have ever had the joy working with. He's always outstanding as a member of Chances, and she is always impressed by his professionalism and admirable personal qualities. He's an amazing musician, and the children love it when he brings his fiddle, as he will sing and dance and play with them. He's a fabulous employee, a huge asset to Smart Start, and so deserving of the award of going above and beyond. So, Gordy, you are awesome. Thank you. All right, guys, it's 12 o'clock. We're going to have an hour lunch break. The timer will be on the remote sites for you guys to know when we're coming back. So it'll be at about 1 o'clock. Have a great lunch. Well, because everybody else in the remote sites are cohorted. All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Enjoyed having your mask off for the last hour. Everybody here at the church, we're being masked the whole time, so it was nice to breathe some fresh air, and it gives me a good appreciation for all of the workers who have to be masked for their entire shift, like the people at Sobeys and our healthcare workers and everybody who has to do this every day. So, yeah, hats off to them. So before we start, there's a little slideshow put together, just celebrating some of our teams at Chances. We're going to scroll through so everybody can see them as we go, and I'm going to do a couple more shout-outs here. Excuse me. I'm going to do some Best Start shout-outs as they're just joining us today. So this one was submitted by Kelly Doyle McKay. A shout-out to the East Prince Best Start team. Your help, support, and guidance to build each other up. You do this every day with the families you work with, but you do this with your coworkers too. You have each other's backs in good times and also the bad. You celebrate birthdays by decorating each other's workstations and making sure that the person is recognized and feel loved on their special day. We are work family, and we always come together as a team. We appreciate your commitment to Chances and the Best Start program and to each other. So good job, East Prince Best Start team. This shout out is for the Queens and Kings Best Start team. I'll do 3 of them and then we'll have a big clap for them, okay? This shout out is for the Queens and Kings Best Start team. It is a blessing to work with an intelligent, passionate, and compassionate group of individuals. Each of you is unique and brings a variety of strengths to the Best Start teams in Queens and Kings. It's those unique strengths that make you so amazing at your job as a Best Start worker. Navigating through this pandemic as a Best Start worker has not been without its challenges. You have embraced these challenges and have established new methods of delivering the program. You have worked hard to stay positive and have supported each other during the difficult times. Your perseverance to continue to support families, even when the world has been turned upside down, is remarkable. Thank you for all you do each and every day. From Michelle and Roberta Ward-David. And this is from Roberta to her Best Start supervisors. In a nutshell, there is not a problem you cannot solve through a go-to meeting. The Best Start supervisors have been leading their teams through changing and challenging times. They have risen to meet these challenges with grace, compassion, and patience. Thank you all for what you do every day, and thank you for going the extra mile. And these shout-outs and these above and beyonds, this is a part of our new culture. So at Chances, when we reflect on what Lisa talked about what is a culture, a culture is about the language we use with each other, the way that we approach each other, the way that we respond to each other. And as we continue this training time, we're really trying to reestablish, continue to establish, and start to establish a new culture of thankfulness for each other, of appreciation for the hard work that we do, and just having a culture of gratitude for the amazing people we work with and the awesome families that we serve. So a big shout out and a big applause for our Best Start team. Okay, Shauna, can you bring me my phone? I have a message here for our nutrition staff for your location tomorrow. Thank you. So, as we talk about our nutrition staff, we know how incredibly amazing they are. They keep us fed, they keep us nourished, and they're just awesome people. So, here today we have Treva and Heather. They service 3 centers in town, and they do it with a smile. The children are always excited to see them, and to all of our nutrition staff, we say thank you for the hard work you do, and each of you are going to have a little gift given to you tomorrow. So, big clap for our nutrition staff. Oh, and here's my message. It's from Vanessa. She says, a minor change to tomorrow's Nutrition Day, holding it at the Farm Center, starting at 8:30 a.m. Must bring your lunch. You'll finish earlier at 2. There you go. Okay, so the Farm Center by the Sobeys on Allen. Yep. Okay, and Colleen out there in O'Leary, we will help you get directions if you need it. Okay? All right, I just want to make sure I didn't miss any of, oh, I will not miss your shout out, Vanessa. This is from Vanessa at the Best Start team in West Prince. And she says, adapting during COVID-19 has been challenging for every team, and West Prince is no exception. The West Prince team has walked through this uncertain time with professionalism and grace. They have been among the first to adapt activities, embrace technology, and to ensure families receive information and creatively engage clients to deliver their service. They have done so professionally and enthusiastically, despite increased caseloads and decreased access to their office, all while continuing to be kind, considerate, and supportive to one another. Although the work we do is so very individual, you've all played a huge part in being such a strong and supportive team. It has created an environment that I consider myself lucky to be a part of. Thank you for all you do, Vanessa. All right. All right, so that leads us to our next presenter. Diane Burt is a counseling therapist with a private practice in Charlottetown since 2008. She has a passion for holistic health and wellness, particularly as it relates to mental health. In addition to offering counseling services, she also facilitates various wellness workshops and webinars for local businesses and organizations like us. Diane has a master's degree in counseling psychology and from the University of New Brunswick, a Bachelor of Science in Health Education from Dalhousie University, and a diploma in public administration for the University of PEI. She has over 100 hours of professional development in the area of trauma and 30-hour course in mindfulness-based stress reduction. She's a registered yoga teacher, and recently she has become certified in trauma-informed yoga therapy and is a clinical facilitator for evidence-based anxiety management program Overcome. Former positions she has held include managing a school-age care center in Vancouver, education coordinator at AIDS PEI, and career counselor at Career Development Services. Diane's approach to her work is to emphasize self-care through the mind and body connection and promoting healthier ways of being. So let's give a hand for Diane as she comes up and spends the afternoon with us.
Thank you.
And you can unmask up here.
Oh, I can?
Yeah, once I leave, you can take it off.
I did not know that. Okay. Wow, it's a privilege to be up here without a mask on. I've just started wearing a mask all day in my office, like even when I'm seeing clients, so I'm moving more towards virtual appointments again, and maybe just doing 50% just to, reduce the exposure and traffic in the office and so on. Anyway, it's really awesome to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Was anyone from this organization on the webinar that I did in May for ECDA or at the ECDA conference a couple of weeks ago?
One of our directors, Olga, was, and that's how we got connected with you. Yep.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, great. All right. Actually, I'm going to get my other glasses now that I don't have to wear a mask up here. These ones are just little ones for reading. They fit better over the mask. Okay. So how's everybody doing today anyway? You looking forward to this? Yeah. What have you been experiencing that is different about this about the work that you do in the pandemic versus before? Like, what's different? Just give me an idea. I like to be really interactive, so I'm probably going to ask lots of
Yeah.
questions. And
So
if
hands
I
up.
wander around, I'll put my mask on.
Yeah, and if they put their hands up, I'll come and do the questions for them. And
Perfect.
Shauna has
Yeah.
our online chat going.
Yeah, that's great, because I do like to ask lots of questions and like to have questions asked of me and lots of discussion. I tend to, if it wasn't for COVID-19, I'd probably be down there like wandering around, so.
Yeah. Yeah, Lisa? The interaction with parents.
Oh, because of the physical distancing?
Yeah, and they can't come into our centers anymore. We have to do drop off and
Oh.
pick up outside the center.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that would definitely change the dynamic for sure. Like a loss of connection or something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, restrictions. Yeah, restriction with the different materials we can offer children, so they can't have the sensory experiences that we used to have, and
yeah.
different elements like soft things. We've had to really scale back on what we can have in our environment.
Correct, yeah. Anything else come to mind?
Is there anything online? Not yet?
So what's been the impact on you as childcare providers? What's it
Yep.
like working under these conditions?
Yeah. Yeah, so Jag says that there's so much more cleaning, and because the children can't cross-share a lot of the toys, we just have to be very careful and very mindful about what's being used and how often it's disinfected and having those rotations.
So that makes more work for you guys.
Yep.
So anything else in terms of all these changes that you've had to make, how has that been affecting you?
Ladies, do you have one? No? Oh. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
No, for you to repeat for them.
Sure.
Yeah. So you asked how has it changed their
yeah.
experience?
How is it, like, what's it been like for you guys since the pandemic in your jobs? What has it been like?
How about our coach team here? So this is our team from the province, and so they have a little bit of a different job, and their job's changed quite a bit. Lots of uncertainty.
A lot of uncertainty. So what's it like working with a lot of uncertainty? Right.
Yeah, very tiring.
Yes. Yeah, so because your brain is working a little harder, right? And just the stress of the unknown and so on. Would that be a fair statement for everyone? It feels more stressful, or it takes more energy or work to get through the day? Yeah.
Yeah, and in the beginning too, I don't know how many people were, but we were connected to Zoom meetings for hours on regulations, on different announcements, on directives.
Yeah.
And so I know for me personally, Zoom fatigue and never being able to truly turn off was very taxing.
It would be for sure. Well, if you're used
Yeah.
to sort of
Yeah, and the
being
hours.
with kids all day, and then you switch over to being in front of a screen all day,
Right,
like, it's kind of different.
And it wasn't an 8-hour day anymore,
Yeah.
right? They could be holding meetings in the evening. That may go for 3 hours, and just a very dysregulated schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So we are going to talk about stress management and the things that we can do to manage our stress and better cope with stress and with change even, and just generally taking care of ourselves, because without that, I mean, that's the foundation of resilience and getting through difficult times, right, is being able to look after ourselves. And it's hard when there's so many other responsibilities, whether it's your own kids at home or kids at work, because they can't do a lot on their own, right? So that becomes the priority. So how do you find time for yourself?
And I have some remote answers here.
Okay.
As a parent on mat leave, they would love to go to CAPC, but with COVID, it's quite difficult to do the parent drop-in programs. Lack of interaction, the restriction of materials. Mason Road said they can't do field trips anymore, so we don't have
Yep.
that time out. Another one of our CAPC staff said registration for drop-ins and feeling bad when we have to tell people we're full, because so many people are looking for these times as their interaction time,
Right.
and now we have to turn them away or
Having-
limit it.
The stress of having to say no more.
Yeah, and unconnected and guilty that the parents have to stay outside.
Yeah. So it would be fair to say that people are feeling a little more stressed. That would be fair? Yeah. So we've seen this poster a lot over the last few years. It seems to kind of have been repopularized. It was actually developed by the British government in 1939 to increase the morale of people during World War II. But it can be used, I think, as like a mantra or a way to ground yourself, to keep that in mind, to take it one day at a time, or even 1 hour at a time, or even one moment at a time. So literally just kind of using that, like keep calm and carry on. So, and it doesn't mean avoid the stressors or push it down or anything like that. It doesn't mean that. When I use this, what I think is just being in the moment, right? You just do what you can right now, because each moment follows the next and the next. And ruminating about the past and worrying about the future is a source of a lot of stress. So if you have a few phrases, mantras, whatever you want to call them, that you can use to just bring yourself back to the present moment and just breathe, you know. It doesn't mean that everything around you is going to change, whatever's stressful, the new regulations and so on. All of that will be the same. What I'm going to teach you today are some practical tools that you can use to change your internal environment so that your response to stress is more balanced, more sustainable, and maybe you go home at the end of the day feeling less drained. That would be my hope, that you find some of these skills and tools useful and that you start practicing them and to see the benefit. Because unless you're practicing consistently, they sort of only work. Maybe if you're having a moment of stress and you remember this breathing technique, that's great. You can use it in the moment. But the more you use them, even on the days when you're not stressed, the more you benefit from them. So it's sort of like if you go for one walk a week, that's great. If you go for a walk every day, it's better. You're going to reap more benefits from that. And it's the same. Like you eat one salad a week, great. You eat vegetables every day, it's even better. So it's the same with these practices that I'm going to teach you today. The more you do them, even on the good days, the more you benefit from them. They can have a preventative impact as well, okay? So let's just start to talk a little bit about what happens mentally and physically when we are stressed. I will start. I get snappy and irritable. If it's something that really scares me, like last year when my mother had a heart attack, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm on the toilet. Like, that's a normal stress response.
Yep. She doesn't like to talk to anybody when she's feeling stressed and sad. Oh, so she'll go and she'll cry, but like look at herself in the mirror so that that's the person that she's talking to and help herself through it.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
But so you're a person who kind of withdraws.
Yeah, Ruby? Cries and loss of appetite.
Yeah. What about, so any other physiological changes that people become aware of?
Oh, insomnia.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, for me, I walk around with this weight in my chest and almost a jitter, but you can't see it, but I can feel it. And so I'm internally kind of anxious. And my husband will look at me and he'll be like, shoulders down, Dawn, because I'll be like this. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Right? So I just get all tensed and crunched up.
So tension is extremely common.
Headaches.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you, Treve? She loses her thoughts because I'm stressing her out right now. But yeah,
Yeah.
just getting absent.
So what we're talking about when we're experiencing stress is the fight or flight response. So probably most people have heard of the fight or flight response. It's actually fight, flight, or freeze. Like the shutting down can actually be a response to stress as well. So this image here just kind of gives you a sense of all the areas of the body that are impacted by stress. So what you're experiencing in your work is not life-threatening. I mean, potentially COVID-19 could be life-threatening, but I'm talking about just the changes at your job and so on. It's stressful, but it's not endangering you in any particular way. But if, say, for example, you were out, I don't know, pre or post-COVID times, you're hiking in British Columbia or something like that, or even the Cape Breton Highlands, and you come across a bear, you're going to go into fight or flight, right? That the fight or flight system in our body is designed for those emergencies or crisis kinds of situations. So your blood will pump faster, your heart's beating faster, you're getting more oxygen to your skeletal muscles so that you can like fight that bear off or run away faster than you normally would be able to. That's what the system is designed for. It is a defense mechanism. It does protect us. What happens with chronic stress, though, is that we can kind of get a little bit stuck in fight or flight all the time, because it's not that one time, oh, I had to run away from a bear. It's not that one time, because once you get away from the bear, physiologically everything's going to calm back down and go back to normal. When I was like maybe 5 or 6 years old, like really little, I ran down the hallway of my house and into my bedroom, and I jumped on the bed. And the bed collapsed, and my cat was under the bed. And the cat was like meowing and scrambling, and I jumped off the bed and I lifted it up, and the cat ran out. And then later, I couldn't lift up the bed. That's the fight or flight response, right? It made me stronger so that I could save my cat. That's what it's for. But the brain doesn't really know the difference between, oh my God, my cat's getting squished, or oh my God, there's a bear chasing me, and oh my God, my relationship is on the rocks, or my boss is a jerk, or work has become 10 times more stressful. It doesn't know the difference. It responds the same way no matter what the stressor is. So we'll see in a few minutes, like the part of the brain that's responsible for the fight or flight response, it's not our cortex. It's not the part of our brain that we use to think and plan and learn and all of those things. It's the middle of the brain, and the middle of the brain governs emotions and memories, images, those kinds of things. It's nonverbal. So, digestion changes, there's changes in the heart, it's beating faster. You may get chills, or you may get sweating in the skin. Anyone have to do, not me, because I love doing presentations. They don't make me nervous at all, mostly. But some people, like public speaking is a very common fear, and so people would get dry mouth, right? So we're breathing deeper to get more oxygen to our skeletal muscles so that we can move faster and protect ourselves. There are changes in blood pressure. Our pupils dilate so that we can, what? Why would our pupils dilate? So you can see better, right?
See more sharply.
Yes, exactly. Because if you need to defend yourself or protect yourself, it's a good idea to be able to see, right? So the output of digestive enzymes decreases. So what that means is your body's not focusing on digestion. In fact, it would like to get rid of everything to make you lighter so that you can run faster. It's not focusing on digestion at all. So when we're stressed and then we're trying to consume food, the stomach's not really focused on digestion, so we end up with more indigestion, more stomach issues, because food's not really being processed properly because the energy is being focused on pumping the heart and the lungs and the muscles so that you can protect yourself from whatever the threat may be. Because, like I said, the part of the body that kind of governs the fight or flight response does not know the difference between a bear chasing you or chronic stress in the workplace or at home or whatever it may be. Does not know the difference. So we already talked a little bit about some signs and symptoms of stress. There's lots and lots. I mean, this is just one slide. I probably could have filled like 3 or 4 slides, and some of them we already talked about. Fatigue and sleep disturbance. So it could be that you can fall asleep, but you wake up frequently, or maybe you don't wake up through the night, but you still don't feel rested the next day. So it's the quality of your sleep as well as the duration. It could be not being able to fall asleep. Maybe your mind is racing. Being negative and pessimistic. Being irritable. Headaches and muscle tension. So that's like this, right? And sometimes the muscle tension is, pretty subtle, and we don't actually know that our muscles are tense. So one muscle that we don't necessarily think of very often is the diaphragm muscle, which is the main muscle of breathing, right? So if our diaphragm muscle, which is below the rib cage and above the abdominal organs, if that muscle is tense, then we're not really breathing as deeply as we need to be breathing. And so it's more like shallow breathing, and that in and of itself is stressful for the body. Changes in appetite. So how many people would in this room know that they lose their appetite when they're highly stressed? And how many people would be more inclined to eat more? So it's sort of evenly split. When I was researching a previous presentation a couple of years ago, I discovered in the research that about twice as many people will eat more when they're stressed than those who actually lose their appetite. So it is more common to eat more. And part of the reason for that is that when we go into fight or flight, when we're stressed and we've got higher levels of the stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, the body knows then that it needs more energy to run or to fight or whatever it is, so it naturally starts craving more calories. And it's not craving carrot sticks and hummus. It's craving the kind of food that gives you the fastest energy, which is carbohydrates, sugar, exactly. Carbohydrates turn into sugar when through the metabolic process, through digestion. So when we're stressed, if you're a person who is inclined to eat, you're probably going to be going for like pizza and cookies and ice cream and stuff like that. So then we have potential weight gain. Plus the quality of your food is not great, therefore it's less nutritious, which means you're not actually giving the body what it's need, and it becomes this vicious cycle of not feeling good. The presence of the stress hormones in your body for longer than like a short burst of energy, like when I had to lift the bed up to get my cat out, if it's prolonged, then that actually has a negative impact on your immune system. Because our bodies are only designed to have adrenaline and cortisol in short bursts. Like there's always, a certain amount floating around through the bloodstream, and if you weren't to set an alarm and you just naturally wake up at whatever time in the morning, like usually between 6 and 8, we have higher levels of adrenaline and cortisol going through our bodies at that time for that reason, so that we will wake up. And then it just trickles off throughout the day. But when we're chronically stressed, those levels stay higher than they are supposed to be for extended periods of time. That's really hard on the organs, and it's hard on the systems, and it's hard on our mental health as well. Trouble concentrating and remembering. I'll say a little bit more about that on a different slide, but most people can probably relate to that. Like for me, if I get stressed, I become more forgetful. Or if I had to focus on something, I might get to the end of the page when I'm reading and realize that I've been thinking about whatever the thing is that I'm worried about instead of absorbing the information on the page. Feeling anxious, depressed, or overwhelmed. Or even scared, right? Anxiety is just another word for fear. And fear is the emotion that will trigger the fight or flight response. Potentially an increase in substance use. So again, that may be for self-soothing in the same way that we use food to self-soothe. There's not really that much of a difference. Sugar's very highly addictive. Comments, questions? Any other things that you notice about people in general when they're stressed? Things that we didn't talk about yet?
From online, Maria said that she feels sick and irritable.
She what?
Feels sick and irritable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nausea.
Yeah, at Ferry Road, just physically tired. And Amanda shared that she gets headaches.
Yeah. Yep. Just trying to think if there's any sort of big ones that calling in sick, taking more mental health days, or physically feeling sick, whether it's colds or flus or whatever, because of the decreased immune function as a result of the higher levels of the stress hormones. Another thing is the opposite of calling in sick, which is not calling in sick when you should call in sick. So presenteeism. So just keeping yourself going regardless and just completely ignoring all the signals that your body is giving you. Interesting.
Yeah. So Melanie, her
And
voice.
louder?
Her voice gets higher. Maybe more shrill.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
more stressed out I get, so and I can hear it, and then I just, I kind of have to stop. Like, okay, only dogs can hear me now.
Yeah, I know my daughter, she said that, because she has generalized anxiety, and she says that she can't see properly, and sometimes she can't hear properly. Like she'll ask the same question over and over, and she said she couldn't hear. So we went all the way to get a hearing test for her. They're like, her hearing's fine, but it's that computing, I guess, of the information.
Yeah. She's not registering it. It's this part of the brain that kind of shuts down or goes into low gear. Because the emotional brain is kind of non-verbal, really, so that would make sense that she couldn't really, like you said, compute what you're saying. Yeah. So like tunnel vision can happen too, which it sounds like that happens to your daughter. So here we have the brain, and I guess there isn't a laser pointer on this, is there? No. Okay. Oh, yay! Thank you. So this part here, the part behind our forehead, is the prefrontal cortex. And then across the top here, this is the cortex. So this area here is like the highest level of functioning of the brain. This is where it's happening, where we do all of our information processing, logic, reason, behavior regulation. It's the area that is most impacted in people with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, so it's the executive functionings of the brain. The middle part of the brain, right here, is the limbic system. So it's more the emotional part of the brain. It's nonverbal. It has our memory. It has our unconscious. This part right here is called the amygdala, A-M-Y-G-D-A-L-A. And so this is like the alarm center for the brain. It's always scanning the environment for potential threats, okay? And because it's in this emotional part of the brain, it's not up here where we logically process information, it doesn't know the difference between the bear chasing you or COVID-19 or an unhealthy relationship or a bad boss or whatever. It's just anything that's bad, it's just like lumps it all into the same category. So the amygdala is more or less the part of the body that is responsible for the fight or flight response. And when amygdala is in high gear, it lives in the limbic system in the middle of the brain. When it's in high gear, this is in low gear. Because this guy's job is to save your life, right? And this part up here is going to be like, well, what is the best route back to the car? And I should put my sneakers on so that I can run faster away from this bear. And like it would be doing all of those things, right? This part of the brain, our emotional part of our brain, is way faster. Way, way, way faster, right? We've all experienced this. Like you're walking somewhere and you smell something or you hear a song or whatever, and then all of a sudden you have memories of things that you had completely forgotten. Or you're in some kind of a semi-stressful situation and somebody says something and you have a complete overreaction to it, and when you calm down later you recognize it as a complete overreaction. So that's that fight or flight response. It's so fast, right? It overrides the logical part of the brain. All that makes sense? This part down here, the lowest part of the brain, that is responsible for our automatic processes like breathing, sleep regulation, the circadian rhythm, hunger, thirst, sex drive, all of those things. So it's sort of referred to as the reptilian brain. The middle brain is referred to as the mammalian brain. And then really only high mammals like apes have a really big cortex. Humans being in that primate category. Comments, questions? Is this making sense so far? I know you probably weren't expecting a science lesson, but I have to explain this to you in order for you to buy into the techniques that I'm going to teach you very shortly. Like this is why we're going to do those things, because this is inside of all of us, okay? So it gives it a really good foundation. So the brain and the spinal cord make up the central nervous system, okay? The central nervous system kind of has two branches, and I'm oversimplifying it here. It's obviously way more complex than even I could explain. But there are two branches. One is the sympathetic nervous system, okay? So think of the sympathetic nervous system as the gas pedal. It's what revs us up, right? So it's what wakes us up. And it is more like the fight or flight is a sympathetic response, although the sympathetic response exists outside of fight or flight as well, because obviously we have to wake up and we have to get energy to do things and so on. So that's a sympathetic response. The fight or flight is like the extreme sympathetic response. So it's like the gas pedal of the car. The parasympathetic is the opposite. So you've heard me say fight or flight response. So the parasympathetic response is the rest and digest response, the relaxation response. So it's like the brakes, okay? It calms you down, it slows you down. So just like in the previous slide, you'll see all the different areas of the body that are, not the immediate previous one, but the one before with the guy standing like this. Same kinds of things. So the opposite things happen from a physiological perspective. The opposite things happen in the parasympathetic response or with the relaxation response. So our pupils actually constrict. We have more saliva production, hence rest and digest, right? Because the very first, not very first, but putting food in your mouth and chewing, I guess, is the first part of digestion, but the saliva contains enzymes that start that digestive process before it goes down your esophagus. So it stimulates saliva. Your airways don't need to be as big, right? Because you're not running for your life. Digestion, gallbladder, which is involved in digestion. Same with intestines. You won't pee your pants, probably, if you're relaxed. Lots of times when paramedics or firefighters go to accident scenes, like people have lost control of their bowels and bladder because out of fear, right? The main part of the parasympathetic nervous system is your 10th cranial nerve, comes out of the back of your head, along the side of your jaw, in through your neck and throat, chest, and all the way down into your stomach. And it's called the vagus nerve, not like Las Vegas, but V-A-G-U-S, but I still like to say Vegas, baby. So V-A-G-U-S, the vagus nerve. And there's just a little visual there. So the yellow parts indicate where the vagus nerve is. And its job is to take information that it is collecting from the body and send it back to the brain. So in a way, it kind of tells the brain what to do, not the other way around. So this is a reason why it's really, really important to learn how to physiologically calm yourself. A few years ago, I was at a trauma conference in Charlottetown, and the presenter, Dr. Ruth Lanius, I think was her name. So she is a professor at the University of Western Ontario, and she specializes in trauma and does a lot of research. And she said, it's impossible to have an anxious mind inside of a calm body. So if we can learn to calm ourselves from the outside in, like if we can calm our bodies, then the mind will follow. So we need to tune into our vagus nerves. What do you think might be a way to calm your central nervous system, a way to stimulate the vagus nerve? Just off the top of your head, what might be a good... Yes.
Breathing?
Yeah.
Is that what we said?
Why? Pardon? Yeah, for the oxygen. Yep, for the focus. And it's a particular kind of breathing. Like if I'm running from a bear, I am going to be breathing deeply, but I'm going to be breathing really, really fast, right? Like the faster the oxygen comes in, the faster it gets to the muscles and the faster I can run. But with controlled breathing, you're still taking in a lot of oxygen, but you're doing it in a slow way. So remember, the sympathetic response, the fight or flight response, is fast, right? That's the gas pedal. It speeds us up. The parasympathetic slows us down. So, and if you remember that the brain diagram, the part at the back that controls breathing, breathing is actually under both conscious and unconscious control. So if we don't think about our breathing, our body's going to breathe. Like we don't forget to breathe when we go to sleep at night because we're not conscious, right? Like it keeps breathing. But you can control your breathing consciously, right? You can choose to a point how long you can hold your breath, or how big your inhale is, or how long it is, or how much you exhale, all of those things, right? So that's what we're going to do right now. I want you to just take a big inhale in and kind of sigh it out. And then I want you to time how many breaths, or count how many breaths you have in 1 minute. I'm going to set my timer. So just your normal way of breathing. So 1 inhale and 1 exhale makes 1 breath cycle. Okay? Ready, set, and go. Just your normal way of breathing. Okay. So, who wants to volunteer how many breaths they had in a minute? You don't know if you were breathing normally. Okay, 13. Okay. So the ideal, if your body is perfectly calm, the ideal breaths per minute is 6. It doesn't mean that 8 is like, oh God, like you're gonna have a heart attack. It doesn't mean that. So I did mine too. Mine was 9, but I've been standing up here. Talking for like almost an hour. What time is it? Yeah. When I'm like just sitting down and relaxed, it's usually 7. So now that you know that, I'm going to set the timer again. And I want you to consciously see if you can slow your breathing so you can make your inhale a little bit longer, your pause a little bit longer, your exhale a little bit longer, and see if you can consciously slow down your breathing. Ready, set, and go. I apologize for the drinking sounds. amplified. Were you able to do it? Do you notice a difference in your body or in your mind, how you feel now versus the first time? Feel a little more present or a little calmer or a shift of any kind? So the more you practice those kinds of things, the more you will get a relaxation effect from that. So that's just like breaths per minute. A breathing technique that I teach almost everybody that comes into my office, because mostly people are coming in with stress and anxiety and trauma and things like that, is 4-7-8 breathing. Has anyone heard of 4-7-8? So in 4-7-8 breathing, you breathe in through your nose for a count of 4, you hold it for 7 seconds, and then you breathe out through your mouth, excuse me, for 8 seconds. So when we exhale for twice as long as inhale, that is something that activates that parasympathetic response, the calming down response. So when we breathe oxygen in, there's a chemical change in the body that turns it into carbon dioxide, right? And then when we're breathing out, that's what's coming out is carbon dioxide. That is what plants breathe in, okay? But to humans, in high amounts, carbon dioxide is kind of poisonous. So that's another reason why we get stressed out if we're not breathing properly, because we're not getting rid of all the CO2 in our bodies. So when we're exhaling, I want you to almost like imagine you're drawing your belly button back towards your spine, so really getting that air out. And so you can turn away like from people. You're not going to have the exact same effect because everyone is wearing masks, but I want to guide you through it anyway. So if you wanted to just like turn away from, so that you're not facing or blowing air on somebody at the table. So just take a breath in and kind of just like sigh it out in a normal way. And then I want you to breathe in through your nose for 4, 3, 2, 1, and hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale. 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale. 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Last time. Inhale. 2, 3, 4, and hold. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Exhale. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 4-7-8. Breathing, you can do that a few times a day too. So that's a really good one to use in the moment if you're sort of irritated with a child or a partner, or you're frustrated at the superstore or whatever it is. Even without a mask, it's pretty discreet. Like you can do it like almost anywhere. I hear lots of people tell me that they do it when they're driving, as long as you can do the counting and still pay attention to the road. I don't necessarily recommend people do it when they're driving. I would probably recommend that you do it before you're driving, like you get into your car, and if you've got like a minute to yourself, and for some people, their drive to and from work or wherever is the only time they have to themselves. So you can do like breaths per minute, you can do 4-7-8. Like these things are all really quick and they only take a few minutes. and mostly you can do them anywhere. And they're really effective. They don't change the external stressful circumstances. They change you internally, so that what we're trying to do is calm down that amygdala, that little red thing that I pointed to, and we're trying to bring our cortex back online, right? Because it's what's going to help us regulate our behavior. It's what's going to, know that we want to say, you know what, to somebody, but you don't, right? It's going to help us have control, basically, of ourselves. That the middle of the brain, the emotional brain, where the amygdala is, it's just like you think about all the children that when they don't get what they want, they have temper tantrums. That's because their cortex is not as developed as ours. It will over time, in the right environments and with the right amount of love and all of those things, the cortex grows. Lack of love changes brain development. You guys all know that, right? So, another thing that I teach people, and you can do this from sitting or standing, it's not as discreet, but you can take one hand and place it on your heart or your chest and the other one on your belly. And then as you breathe, say to yourself inside your head, I feel my feet. And then you notice all the sensations in your feet. I feel my breath. And then pay attention to your breathing. I feel my feet. I feel my breath. Again, it's grounding, right? You've got that sensory experience of touch. You've got the focused attention down to your feet. Like most people in this room probably were not even aware of their feet until I said, draw your attention down to your feet. And if I said, see if you can distinguish your third toe on each foot. It's hard to do. Like it's really easy to pick out your big toe and the pinky toe, like to sense them. But to actually try to sense your third toe, it's hard, right? Focus. It's grounding. Anytime you can bring yourself into the present moment with simple little techniques like breathing or sensing your feet, counting your breath, whatever it is, it's grounding, right? Brings you can go out and walk on the grass on bare feet. It's a sensory experience, right? Gives you something else to focus on besides the racing thoughts that are going on up here. That's like the hamster wheel. So we're also talking about the quality of your breathing. So when you have one hand here and one hand here, what's important to notice is what is happening to your chest and your belly as you're breathing, right? So just watch as I breathe. What did you notice? Yes. So when I breathe in, I get bigger, and when I breathe out, I get smaller. So just imagine your torso is like a balloon, and when you blow a balloon up, it expands in all directions, top to bottom, front to back, side to side. And when you let the air out, it shrinks, right? So some people, because of that muscle tension that happens with stress, including the diaphragm muscle, which is here, right? We get tense, it impacts our breathing. Some people, when they breathe in, they suck their belly in. And when they breathe out, they stick it out. So that's called backwards breathing. So it would look like this. And that perpetuates a fight or flight response because it's not a natural or relaxed way of breathing. So another reason why we place our hands here is so that we can tell, am I getting bigger on the inhale and smaller on the exhale, right? Another way to do it is lying down and you put a little, I don't know, like a little ornament or like say a little candle or something like that on your belly and watch it go up and down, right? Just anything that you can really know that you're expanding on the inhale and then kind of softening and contracting on the exhale. So that is more like at the belly breathing. Comments, questions, anything?
Online, someone said they frequently do the 4-7-8 method, and they find it very helpful.
Good.
Yeah.
It is helpful. It's helpful for falling asleep too. And so if you're having trouble falling asleep, 4-7-8 is great. If you're a person who wakes up during the night and has trouble falling back asleep, 4-7-8. So I just walked you through a few breathing techniques, which in and of themselves are breathing techniques, but they're also mindful techniques, because when you're focused on that sensation of breathing, like the way the air feels going up your nose, for example, the way it feels coming out your mouth, your hands here, your feet, the quality of your breathing, the belly expanding and contracting, all of those things that you're focusing on, you're actually practicing mindfulness. Have you heard of mindfulness before? Like, it's kind of, you hear a lot about it in the last few years. How would you define it? What do you think mindfulness is? Mm-hmm.
So Mel said grounding your mind and body.
Yeah, but when you say being mindful of what your breath is doing, what do you mean by the word mindful? Thinking of it? Taking note, yeah, so noticing. Being present? Yes. So what does that mean, being present? In the moment. As opposed to? Right? Because isn't that what we're doing a lot of the time? Sort of future-oriented thinking. I don't mean like planning for your retirement, like I don't mean that, or planning a trip, God knows when, but like, whoops. I don't mean that. So much as just being in the present moment. How many people have like driven to work or somewhere else and gotten there and remember absolutely nothing along the way? Like, you're like, how did I even get here? Right? So you're on autopilot when you do that. So mindfulness is the opposite of autopilot. It's paying attention, like Jon Kabat-Zinn, who developed that mindfulness-based stress reduction course that I took. Paying attention in a particular way, on purpose, so you're choosing to do it, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. So you're not judging yourself for anything that might come up. If you start to wander in your thoughts, then you just bring yourself back to the present. You don't beat yourself up for doing it. On purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. And you can do anything mindfully. I practice mindfulness when I'm washing the dishes. So I'm washing the dishes, and I literally say to myself inside my head, I am washing the dishes. And that helps me just be there, because what's going to happen if I stand there and I start to think about, oh my gosh, how am I going to get everybody booked in before Christmas, and la 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 la. You can send your body into the fight or flight response from a thought. If your thought is a fearful, scared, worried, ruminating kind of thought, there doesn't even have to be any external event or stimulus. You can send, because the brain, it's like, if it's thinking it, if she's thinking it, it must be true. Because we have imagination, right? So we can trigger a fight or flight response just from worrying. So I am washing the dishes. So I notice the temperature of the water and the bubbles, and I have my lavender scented, environmentally friendly dish soap and all of that stuff, right? Sometimes I do the whole, I just come back to my feet. A lot of the time I just come back to my feet. I just notice them. Oh yeah, there's my feet. Okay, I'm washing the dishes. You can walk mindfully. The slower you walk, the more mindful it becomes. And the slower you walk, the harder it becomes. Because I do this sometimes in my yoga classes, what's called walking meditation. So I would suggest that you practice this at home, but it's just walking as slowly as you possibly can. And what happens is that you end up spending a lot of time on one foot. And when you spend time on one foot, you're balancing. And so the focus becomes on not falling down, as opposed to the pile of files on your desk or the grocery list or the bills or whatever it is. So if you were to just breathe and walk slowly through your house, and if everybody goes home today and does this at home, it would be fun to see what would happen. I showed this to my family, and it was like painful for them to watch me. And I'm a fast walker. I love walking fast. I actually find walking fast relaxing, but it's because it's a happy kind of a thing for me. It's not like stomping around mad. Anyway. But I do practice that. Sometimes I'll practice that at home, or I do it in my yoga classes or whatever. So I would recommend the walking meditation as well. Okay. So we kind of have a sense of what mindfulness is. So anything that can bring us into the present. So take both your hands and make fists. Now on one hand, doesn't matter which one, put your thumb underneath. Now really quickly, open your hands and switch which thumb is underneath, and just go back and forth. Congratulations, you just practiced mindfulness. Because nobody was anywhere else. Everyone was like, it was like totally present, right? Everyone was like 100% present. And it's fun, and it's funny. I couldn't do it either when I first learned it, but now I've done it so much I can do it and talk at the same time, so it doesn't have the same effect. That's a good one. Thumb switch. You can do mindful breathing like we've practiced, you know. It doesn't even have to be 4, 7, 8. It doesn't have to be, controlling or counting your breaths per minute. It can just be noticing your breathing. It can just be sitting or standing and just drawing awareness to your natural way of breathing. Notice the way the air feels going up the nose, and the way it feels coming back out the nose or back out the mouth. Notice the sensation of the air going into the body, down the throat, which is less common, but if you actually pay attention to it, it's a more subtle feeling, but you can actually feel it. It's a little cooler, right? The air goes in, it's cool. What's the temperature when it comes back out? Oh my God, I'm a dragon. It's like way warmer. Right? So just noticing those things. So, I want you to just sit comfortably, both feet on the floor, with your backs against the chairs. And if you're comfortable, close your eyes. If not, you can maybe just gaze down, but just be mindful not to tuck your chin. You want to kind of keep your posture and keep your chin level, but gaze your eyes down if you're not comfortable closing them. And just very quietly notice your breathing. And the way the air feels going in through the nose and down the throat, the expansion of the belly and the chest. Noticing all the sensations of exhale. And drawing your attention down to your feet. Noticing how they feel inside your socks and shoes. The pressure of your feet on the floor. The soles of your feet. Tops of your feet. All 10 toes. And as you continue to breathe, and draw your attention towards your ankles and just sense them inside and out. Notice your lower legs, the shins and the calves. Notice if your pants are touching them or what the temperature might be. See if you can sense them from the inside. as you continue to breathe here in this moment, draw your attention to your knees, sensing the kneecaps, the insides of the knees, backs of the knees. Notice your upper legs, the thighs and hamstrings, and any sensations that are there. The contact of the hamstrings with the seat of the chair. And breathing in, move your attention to your backside. Just notice any sensations in the hips and glutes. Contact of the glutes or the low back even to the back of the chair. And breathing in, draw your awareness to the abdominal region. The sensations of the waistband of your pants. And the sensation of the belly expanding as you breathe and the chest. Maybe the back presses into the backrest of the chair. And breathing in, noticing your shoulders. And sensing where they are relative to your jaw or your earlobes or your spine. And send that awareness down into your biceps and triceps, the upper arms. And now your elbows. Forearms. Wrists. The backs of your hands. Palms of your hands. Fingers and thumbs. And as you breathe in, send that awareness all the way back up through your arms, right into your neck and throat. Mindfulness of your jaw, tongue, teeth, cheeks, ears, nose, eyes. Awareness of your eyebrows, and the space between your eyebrows, and forehead, and the entire scalp. And breathing in with full body awareness, awareness of the whole body. The whole body. The whole body. And whenever you're ready, maybe just start to wiggle your fingers and toes, just as a way to reawaken, opening your eyes and coming back into the room. What was that like? Calming, relaxing, stressful? Relaxing. Sometimes you can go through an exercise like that and you get so relaxed and so aware that you can actually feel your skin breathing or sense your blood flow. It's really amazing. There are about 3,000 touch receptors in each fingertip. So when we do things with our fingers as a mindful practice, that can really bring us into the present moment. And there's a lot of neural connections to the brain, right? So it has the ability to really calm us down. Plus, we have more of that sensory experience, right? So if you bring your thumbs to the tips of your two middle fingers, the ring finger and the middle finger, and then the other fingers together like so, and then just sort of as you're sitting there, let your wrists rest on your lap. So this is a mudra, which are like gestures that can have an effect, a positive effect on organs and systems in our bodies, or help relax us, or help us with health issues. Have you ever seen like prayer in yoga, for example? Or you've seen images of people meditating and they're doing this or this. So those are all mudras, the specific gestures that we can make with our hands. And they're thousands of years old. It's part of the yoga practice. So this one that I just taught you, it's called Pranidhana Mudra. And there's a little mantra in my mudra book that goes along with it. So just want to sit there with your mudra, eyes open or closed, it's up to you. As I let go of the need to control, my life becomes an effortless flow. As I let go of the need to control, my life becomes an effortless flow. Another mindful practice can be, like we've done it a little bit already, but just using the senses, like the sense of touch, right? So whether it's a mudra or sensing your feet or the waistband of your pants, sensing the way the breath feels going in your nose or your throat. So that's that mindfulness of the touch sense. We can also have mindfulness of our sight, right? So without even moving your head or your eyes, just look straight ahead and name 5 things that you can see, like clock, panel, light switch, Christmas tree, speaker, screen, whatever, right? So that's something that can ground you in the present moment. You're using your 5 senses, 5 things I can see, 4 things I can feel, my toes, my waistband, this thing on my ear, hair on my face, whatever. 3 things I can hear, the hum of electronics, my breathing, shuffling, people changing positions, whatever. 2 things I can smell, and maybe I can't smell anything, so maybe I just notice not smelling. And then taste. So it could be whatever you had for lunch left over in your mouth. Could be coffee breath, could be toothpaste, could be morning breath, could be whatever it is, right? Or noticing no sense of taste in your mouth. But it's a good one to practice at mealtime, right? You have the texture of the food, the smell, the taste, you've got all of it, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So, as we practice all of these different relaxations and mindfulness techniques and so on, we're actually practicing self-care. Would you agree with that? So, self-care is care provided to you by you. It's identifying your own needs and taking the steps to meet them. So, What would you be, aside from the things that we did today, what are some examples of self-care?
I wonder for those who have a hard time like slowing it down, like what about like more strenuous activities, like where you're exerting a lot more?
Well, I mean, exercise is part of self-care, for sure. So sometimes I will suggest that people, if they're sort of like high-strung, that maybe they do need something fast to kind of get the fidgeties out, and then do something slow.
Having healthy food in your diet?
Yep,
Yeah.
for sure. Yep. So just being mindful of the nutritional value of what we're putting inside of our bodies. Yeah. Because there's a big connection with food and mood. So the healthier the food you're putting in, the better your body is going to respond, and your mind, right? Caffeine, for example, increases your heart rate. It will mimic or can mimic in lots of people anxiety because it increases your heart rate. Well, that's one of the physiological symptoms, or signs, I should say, of the fight or flight response, right? It increases your blood pressure. It increases the heat in your body. You start to sweat. All part of the fight or flight response. So just being mindful of caffeine. Yep.
A walk on the beach?
Yep.
Or in
Anything
the
in
woods.
nature is good, yeah, for sure. Our bodies and our minds respond very well to nature. Very calming and soothing.
Having a bath? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's also just listening to my favorite music.
Music is a good one, yep. And time alone if you need that, right? Doing fun things, hobbies, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Recently, like last night when I was very overwhelmed, I went for a drive.
Going for a drive.
Like, and I just like drove around and it was very calming.
Yep, a lot of people say that.
Yeah.
Yep. So you physically get out of the space that you're in, and you've got like
anything online?
something to focus on because you have to stay safe when you're driving. You kind of have to be more or less aware, right?
Okay, on our chat here, Robin says a good sleep routine. Laura says baths, walking, eating 3 meals a day, facials, and doing her nails. At Ferry Road, praying, spa treatments, meditation, fresh air, knowing limits and when to say no.
I like
and
it.
Listening to motivational talks. Another one said a positive self-talk.
Did she write my
Robin-
presentation for me? Because that's like literally like,
Robin said to journal, and Maria says going on a bike ride.
yeah. All very awesome examples. So making time for things that are important to you, making time, finding time, scheduling it in because it's important. A lot of the things that we practiced today or were mentioned, like where it says healthy boundaries, right? That's knowing your limits, being able to say no, being able to communicate assertively, not assuming responsibility for everyone and everything, not needing to control everything, allowing things to just be sometimes. Decreasing exposure to negative and stressful images, news, and media. So just being mindful of what's coming in to our brains through our eyes and ears. All right, we have so much access to that stuff. I don't even have a television, so. And I have ad blocker on both my laptops, and I don't go to any news sites, so very ill-informed a lot of the time about things, but. And because of that, I'm so desensitized that when I am somewhere where there's news, I find it so offensive, like the things that I see and hear, because I hardly ever do. I mean, I listen to CBC radio, so if it's not on the CBC news or it doesn't come across my Facebook, then I probably don't know about it. But finding a balance, whatever works for you, right? Just being mindful of that. What about this one? What do you think that is? It's okay to feel the way you're feeling? So not judging yourself? Sure. Anybody else have a thought about self-compassion?
One of the things that I'm learning is being okay with not being okay.
Yes, accepting. Yeah, for sure.
And,
Right?
and being
Because part of
honest
that
about it.
mindfulness is about the non-judging, right? So you have a feeling, you just have awareness of the feeling, and maybe you're not even trying to, change it necessarily. In order to have any power, you kind of first have to accept that it's actually there, right? Then maybe you can be empowered to do something about it if it's something that needs to change, right? But the emotion or the feeling itself is valid, right? It may be that, yes, I feel angry, but you don't necessarily want to stay there or get stuck there. But acknowledging and validating that you have the feeling of anger is like the first step to naturally reducing the anger. Because sometimes we get mad at ourselves for being mad. I do. But now, when I have an emotion like that, somebody irritated me or whatever, and I have that feeling, I just tell myself, like, this is temporary. I'm probably going to feel better tomorrow. It's sort of like the keep calm and carry on. Like, you know what? It's a feeling. I'm having it. I'm probably going to feel better later. And I always do. I always do. So I want you to think about a time when someone that you care about, could be a best friend or a partner or a family member, came to you and fessed up to something that they did, some mistake they made, they felt terribly awful and guilty about it. And think about what you said. And then think about a time when you were the person that made the mistake that you felt guilty and crappy about. And think about what you said to yourself inside your head. Is there a difference between the first example and the second? Did you say to the loved one in the first scenario, "Oh, you're such an idiot. I can't believe you did that." Did you say that? Oh. Was there anything like that that went through your head in the second scenario when you were thinking about a time that you made a mistake? Pretty hard on ourselves sometimes, aren't we? So, I like to tell people about this rule. If you wouldn't say it out loud to someone else, you don't say it to yourself. That's the rule. So self-compassion is really about treating yourself as kindly as you would treat someone else. Doesn't mean that you don't make mistakes or that you don't take responsibility for them or that you have to make amends or whatever. That's all part of it. You made the mistake and I love myself anyway, and here's what I learned from it, and here's how I'm going to do better next time. Instead of, "Oh, I'm such an idiot," whatever. Right? You wouldn't say that to a kid who made a mistake. So it's almost like we have to treat ourselves as kindly as we treat children. Because we're kind of all big kids walking around with our wounds and our stressors and all that stuff. Just be a little nicer to yourself. It doesn't mean let yourself off the hook. It means being nicer. Being kinder, I guess, is a better word. Self-compassion. There is a website, selfcompassion.org, which is a great one, has some resources on there, some meditations and things like that. So, the relationship between self-compassion and self-talk. So one of the people out there, wherever they are, that's watching virtually, talked about the self-talk. So how we talk to ourselves inside of our head has a pretty big impact on our approach to things, our energy, our mood, our self-esteem, all of it, right? So working on changing your internal dialogue is really good self-care. Practicing self-compassion is really good self-care. And the kinder we are to ourselves, believing in ourselves, and the more we practice coping skills for stress, then we're more likely to challenge ourselves. We're more likely to get through a stressful day less scathed, right? And so we start to build confidence from that. Confidence only comes from doing things that are difficult, from challenging ourselves. Doesn't mean that you don't ever fail. But taking risks, believing in your ability to cope or to overcome or to get through something is part of self-care as well. It's important to have that self-talk. If you can't say it inside your head and even visualize, then you're not off to a great start. So that's why we kind of have to start with ourselves. We have to start with eating well and exercising and doing our breathing and all of those important things for self-care, so that we have more awareness around our self-talk, so that if we find that it's negative, then we can start to consciously change it. And the more you consciously change it, it doesn't even matter in the beginning if you believe it or not. You just have to keep saying it like a mantra over and over again. I am calm. I am competent. I am a good person. I love myself. Whatever it is, eventually the unconscious, that emotional part of your brain that's nonverbal, it will just assume that the messages that it's getting and interpreting are true. So if you're calm, you do slow breathing, it will assume there's no threats in the environment. Right? You speak kindly to yourself all the time, you will soon start to act in a way that shows that you believe in yourself, that you are confident. So these are the messages that we send ourselves. Think about the messages that you want to send to the kids that you work with, to your own kids, to friends, whoever, right? About believing in them. We need to do it for ourselves too. And it's hard work. But we don't get confidence from doing things that are easy. We get it from doing things that are hard, so that's okay. This builds resilience, and that's what's going to get us through this pandemic and through other difficult times that no doubt are in everybody's future, because that's life. So you get grounded in yourself, you love yourself, you take good care of yourself. And sometimes we don't even recognize that we have resilience until after we've been through something, because when you're going through it, you're kind of just surviving, right? You don't really, know that you're actually demonstrating resilience. Resilience doesn't mean you go through like extremely stressful situations, like you're eating whatever, pie, or it's a beach day. It's not like that. You may still be experiencing stress, but you're still getting through it. So the more you have good self-care practices, the better your resilience will be. And gratitude, right? Like thinking about, wow, like I've got a job, I've got income, I've got a roof over my head, I've got friends and family who care about me, I've got a support system, I'm looking after myself, I'm doing all these things. That is self-care. That is part of resilience. A very big part of it, right? Resilience is the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. It's being adaptable. So people often think that it's survival of the fittest, but it's actually survival of the most adaptable. So this is a quote from Charles Darwin, who developed the theory of evolution where that whole survival of the fittest came from. But what he actually said is that it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. So the more adaptable you are, the more resilient you will be. And the more you take care of yourself, the easier it is to adapt to change and to stressful situations. Self-care acts as a protective factor against burnout and fosters resilience. So this is how we manage stress, through self-care, through self-compassion. That's how we get through pandemics and all of the other stressors that life has in store for us. Anything else? Comments, questions?
What's that, Lisa? Oh, she'd like to end with a mantra.
Sure.
Can I read it for you? Just for today. Just for today, I will not worry. Just for today, I will not be angry. Just for today, I will be kind to every living thing. Just for today, I will be thankful for all my blessings. Just for today, I will do my work honestly. Just for today, I will be compassionate and forgiving. Just for today, I will find joy in even the smallest of life's gifts. Just for today, I will feel at peace. By Dr. Usi. Is that a mantra that you read? Yeah. Excellent.
Thank you.
Anybody else have anything to add? Ask? How about our online? How are our off-sites doing? A1. I feel so relaxed in this space
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Well, now it's time to practice yoga. I got about 25 minutes. Would it be okay if we needed to go over by 5 minutes? Like, is that going to be? Yeah. So we're mostly going to do things that we can just like do with our regular clothes on. We're just going to stand up by our chairs, and I'm going to walk you through a little yoga practice.
All right, so when you guys are standing up, just make sure that you have your space around you. We're doing pretty good here for having our own physical space, so just make sure that you find your physical space.
Yeah, let's begin class in Up Human. I'm going to take my boots off. So I like to start my practice with something that I call the twisty flingy. So it's literally just like it sounds. Just do this. So this is one of those things that is good for people that maybe have energy build up, or they're more high-strung or whatever. Like, it's a way to kind of get the fidgeties out. And you can do it as fast or slow as you want to. And sometimes it's a good idea to even just like allow your hands to like tap parts of your body. When I do home practice, I start every practice with this one. I just really like it. Then I want you to come into mountain pose or Tadasana. So basically just draw your attention down to your feet and see if your feet are about hip width apart. And draw your attention to the soles of your feet and use that as a foundation from which to lengthen your whole body. Soften your knees just a teeny smidgen, not like an obvious bend, just so that they're not locked. And then roll your shoulders back a little bit, draw your shoulder blades in towards your spine. And I want you to just flatten out your low back. So sometimes when we try to stand straight, we kind of end up doing something like this, and the low back is arching. So I want you to just flatten the low back out, or it's a sort of a slight pelvic tilt, just to protect the low back. Shoulder blades drawing in, arms are energized, and fingertips are extended. So this is mountain, or in Sanskrit, Tadasana. I want you to inhale, breathe, reach your arms up. Exhale your hands down in front of your heart. Inhale, reach out. Exhale back. So anyone who has that tightness in their chest, this is a great one. Opening up through the chest, right? So lifting your heart to the sky, exhale back. And if you're matching your movement with your breath, right? Inhale, reach out. Exhale back. This time, inhale, reach up. And then take your left hand and clasp it onto your right wrist and hinge over to the side. You're going to go the same way as me, so let's do it differently. Let's inhale, reach up. Take your right wrist and clasp onto your left hand and hinge. Inhale, come back up, switch, exhale, other side. Inhale, back up and switch. Inhale up, exhale, other side. And even just turning a couple of circles with your arms and your shoulders. So for the next one, I want you to, what did I write here? Come back to your mountain. Inhale to reach up. As you exhale, bring your arms out in front and cross your left arm underneath your right. Inhale here. Exhale, I want you to sort of round your back, tuck your face down towards your arms. As you inhale, come on up and reach your arms up. And then exhale, bring your arms down, clasp your fingers behind you, and then really bring your shoulder blades in towards your spine and gaze up. So opening through the chest and the heart. Whenever you're ready on your next inhale, reach up. Exhale down. And now we'll do the other side. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, right arm under left. Is that what we did last time? Right under or left under? Do the opposite one, whichever one, yeah. And then we're going to, as we exhale, round the upper back, tucking the chin towards the chest. Inhale, release the arms, reach up. Exhale, same thing. Bring your hands behind you, clasp your hands. Stretch those fingers back, reach your heart to the sky and gaze up. Breathing here. Whenever you're ready on your next inhale, use that inhale to reach your arms up. And then exhale, back to mountain. This time, inhale to reach up. Exhale, sit down into your chair. Inhale here. Exhale, back to mountain. And again, inhale up. Exhale. Inhale here. Exhale. So now we're going to add on a little bit. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, sit down into your chair, clasp your arms behind you again, and then just continue all the way down. So you can have your knees bent here as much as you want to or need to. Reach those clasped fingertips towards the ceiling. Inhale here. Exhale. Next time you inhale, release your hands and come back to chair. Exhale here. Stay for the inhale. And then exhale. Come on back. And then shake it off. Come to your mountain. Let's try that one again. Inhale. Reach up. Exhale. Sit down into your chair. We'll add it all together. Inhale here. Exhale. Clasp your hands behind your back. Inhale here. Exhale. Fold. Inhale here. Stay for the exhale. Inhale, come back to chair, release your arms, reach up. Exhale here. Stay for the inhale. And then exhale, back to mountain. Everybody doing okay so far? Okay, so we're going to put a few things that we've already done together into half sun salutation. Inhale, reaching up. Exhale, we're going to dive forward. Again, you can bend your knees as much as you want to or need to here. Now we're going to inhale for halfway lift. So you come about halfway up, and then exhale, fold again. Inhale, coming all the way up. Exhale, back to mountain. So that's a half sun salutation. Let's try that one again. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, dive forward. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale, reaching all the way up. Exhale to mountain. If you want to, I'm going to guide you through it again. I'm just going to watch. If you want to, for an added sensory kind of experience, close your eyes and notice how much more you can actually tune in to what's happening in your body. Because when our eyes are open, we're usually focused on all the visual cues. So if you want to, nobody has to. It's just an option. So let's try it again. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, dive forward. Inhale for halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Inhale, reaching all the way up. Exhale, mountain. Did you notice the difference with the eyes closed? Yeah, it's kind of nice. Step your feet wider than shoulder width apart and out on a little bit of an angle, like about 45 degrees. Reach your arms up, so we're sort of in a little bit of a star shape. And then from here, just bend your knees and bring your your groin and pelvis closer to the floor. So it's not so much this as this. It's just sort of dropping straight down. Bending at the arms. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, goddess. Inhale, reach. Exhale, goddess. Inhale, reach. Exhale, goddess. Hold here. See if you can lift up the heel of one foot so that you're on the ball of your foot. Place it back down. Lift up the other heel. Place it back down. And then just alternate back and forth. It's a little bit of a thigh workout. And then whenever you're ready on your next inhale, reaching up, exhale down. The next one involves balance. So anytime that you are balancing, like when I did that walking meditation demonstration, anytime you're balancing on one foot, it's in a way, it's sort of like a gentle forcing of mindfulness because you're trying not to fall down. Therefore, you're paying attention to your body, right? So that's a good thing. So this one is the cloud salutation. So we're going to inhale to reach up. Exhale your hands down in front of your heart while lifting one knee up. Inhale, foot goes down, arms reach. Exhale, hands to heart, other knee. Alternating back and forth. Inhale, foot down, arms reach. Exhale, hands to heart, other side. Inhale, reach. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Almost always in yoga, when we inhale, we're getting longer or bigger, and when we exhale, we're contracting or getting a little bit smaller. One more time each side. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. And come on back to mountain. Notice your feet. Notice your breath. Notice your posture. Eyes open or closed. It's up to you. Inhale, reach your arms up. Exhale, sit down in your chair again. Stay for the inhale. As you exhale, sweep one arm down and to the back, twisting at the waist. So now you've got one arm reaching to the back at shoulder height, the other arm reaching to the front at shoulder height. The thing to be mindful of here is the alignment of your hips and your knees. If one knee is jutting out in front of the other one, see if you can send it back. Finding your breath. On your next inhale, swing your arm gently back and come up to stand. Exhale your arms down. Other side. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, chair. Stay for the inhale. Exhale, sweep the other arm back, twisting at the waist, being mindful of the knees, right? So one knee is out like this, the hips are not level. So it's just important to be mindful of keeping those knees as if there's a board there, and you can't put one knee ahead of the other one. Finding your breath. On your next inhale, whenever that is, sweep the back arm up, coming up to stand. Exhale down. Where are we at for time? Okay. Inhale, reach your arms up. We're doing more balancing. This time, release your left arm, roll your shoulder back, face your palm out to the side, and your thumb to the back of the room, right? So it's going to be like this. Shift your weight to your right foot, and then see if you can grab your heel or toe or any part of that foot. See if you can keep the top of your knee pointing down. If anybody needs to hold on to the back of a chair for their balance, it's totally fine. So this is dancer. See what happens if you do a little bit of a pelvic tilt. You notice any kind of a stretching here? If you want to, you can also add on to this by pushing your foot into your hand. Or you can just stay here. And remember to breathe. Release your pose. Shake it out. Same thing, other side. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, release your right arm down, rolling the shoulder open, the palm open, thumb to the back of the room. Lifting your knee, see if you can grab onto your ankle, heel, inside, outside of your foot, whatever way that you can grab it. Finding your balance. Staring at something that's not moving is a good idea to help with balance. And just listen to my words as opposed to watching me, because if I wobble, you'll wobble. If you want to push your foot into your hand, you can do that. If not, just stay right there. See what happens when you sort of mindfully do a little bit of a pelvic tilt. You can actually really get a good hip flexor stretch from doing that. So stretching right here, the front of your thigh and hips. Release your dancer. Shake it off. Inhale, reach up. Exhale your hands down in front of your heart. Press your palms into each other a little bit. Shift your weight to your right foot. And then turn your left knee out and take the sole of your left foot and place it as close to your ankle as you can get. And being mindful not to be standing like this, but this, right? If you want to add on, this is tree. If you want to do a different variation of tree, you can take the sole of that foot and place it against your calf muscle. It's just an option. It's a little bit harder. Anybody who wants to hold on to the back of a chair for their balance pose, that's okay too. You're still balancing. Finding a spot to stare at that's not moving. Release your tree. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, hands to your heart. Shift your weight to the other foot. And then turn your right knee out, sole of the foot against your ankle. And keeping your tree right here, or taking the sole of that foot and placing it on the calf muscle. Another option in tree is to reach your hands to the sky. Those are all just different variations. I always do this one, it's my favorite one. And coming out of your tree, shaking your leaves and your branches. So now I want you to sit down in your chairs and sit close to the edge of your chair. I should, just a sec. I'm just gonna grab this chair. Can I take my mask off here? Yeah? So I want you to sit close to the edge. Okay? Sit up nice and tall, both feet on the floor. And just hinge back until you feel your belly muscles kick in. And then once you're there, reach your arms forward and see what that feels like. Take a breath in. Pause. Next time, inhale, reach up a little bit higher. It intensifies the abdominal muscles quite a bit, doesn't it? And breathe here. Next time you inhale, sit tall, and then place your arms down in the exhale. Try that one again. Inhale, arms forward. Exhale, hinge. Inhale, reach your arms. Stay for the exhale. Inhale, sit tall. Exhale, arms down. One more time. This time, see if you can challenge yourself to go a little bit further. Inhale, reach your arms up. Exhale, hinge back. Inhale, lift your arms. Stay for the exhale. Inhale, sit tall. Exhale, release. Take your left foot and place your ankle on your right thigh, if you can do that. Sitting up tall, you can move back a little bit on the seat if you want to. So keeping the toe flexed when we're in this figure 4 shape helps protect the knee. So for some people, this may feel like a pretty decent hip stretch, like from the inside of your hip, or a hip opener, sometimes you will hear it referred to as. If you feel like you've still got lots of room in your hip, a way to intensify this, and nobody has to, it's just an option, you just hinge forward a little bit. And just like we have tense shoulders when we're stressed, we also have tense hips. So the hips are the lower body equivalent of the shoulders, right? So keeping your hips nice and loose is a good idea too. And breathing here. Whenever you're ready, slowly coming out of your figure 4 pose and place your foot back on the ground and get ready for the same one on the other side. So gently picking up the other leg, flexing your foot, placing the right ankle on the left thigh, sitting up nice and tall, and just taking a moment to notice what this shape is like for you. If you feel like you have more room in your hip and you want to hinge forward, you're welcome to do so. Otherwise, just stay where you are. Remember to breathe. Whenever you're ready, sitting back to tall, if you were hinged forward, unravel the legs, and then sitting even further back in your chair, sitting up nice and tall. Take an inhale in. Exhale, I want you to twist towards the left, so again, keep your feet planted so that your knees will stay aligned, and then you can grab onto the back of your chair just for like a twist, so you're sort of twisting from the waist, using the chair to help you, gazing out and holding for a few breaths here. Breathing in, getting bigger, and then you may notice as you exhale, draw the belly button back to the spine, you actually have a little more room to twist. Just being mindful not to overdo it with your neck. Last breath, inhale. And then as you exhale, gently come back to the center. Slight twist to the other side, then come back. Take a nice long inhale. As you exhale, firmly plant your feet, twist from the waist, reach around, grab the chair if you can, placing your opposite arm around the opposite knee. Again, being mindful of the alignment of the knees and not overdoing it with the neck. The twist mostly comes from the waist and then up the spine a little bit. Take a couple more breaths here. Breathing in. On your next exhale, slowly come back through the center, just a slight twist the other way, and then coming back. And now I want you to sit all the way back in your chair. Just place your feet on the floor, your back against the chair. Place your hands on your lap. Close your eyes, and we'll do a little final Shavasana from seated. And soften your shoulders. Soften your jaw. Lower the tongue to the floor of your mouth. Breathing. Getting bigger on the inhale. And contracting. Softening on the exhale. Allow your legs to relax. Allow your arms to feel heavy. And your thighs and your backside are heavy on the chair. You're breathing easily, effortlessly, naturally. And take one really deep breath in through the nose. Sigh it out. Maybe wiggle your fingers and toes, curl your toes, make fists with your hands, tense all the muscles in your body all at the same time, but be mindful not to clench your teeth. Take another little inhale here. And then exhale, sigh it out, and relax everything. And whenever you're ready, open your eyes. Inhale, reach your arms up overhead. Exhale, your hands down in front of your heart. Bowing your head towards your hands, take a moment to honor yourself and your practice. And thank you so much for your time and attention and your participation. I hope that you had a great day. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Diane.
You're
That
welcome.
was
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh,
Just
thanks.
a little thank you from
Oh, very
Chances
nice.
here.
Thank you.
I don't know about everybody else, but I feel really fantastic right now. I feel like my voice is even a little bit lower. Hey, Mel, right? Just like, let's do a 5-minute break, and then we're going to wrap up, okay? I have a couple of ending closing words, but thank you so much for your attention, and we'll just have a quick 5-minute break, and then we will come back into our last piece. All right, how are we doing? Am I on? Yep. We're having some technical difficulties back there, so we're just going to pause for a minute and do a couple more shout-outs. What I was going to be talking about next is getting a little bit deeper into our organizational culture and just coming up with some common language and some common themes. But for now, we will do some more recognitions. How's everybody feeling? We're doing all right? Yeah? Feel relaxed after our awesome yoga? I think that that's a really great thing for us to do if we're working with children, incorporating that into maybe some of their upregulation or downregulation times, thinking about transitions, and maybe some of the mindfulness things, or maybe some of the guided mindfulness that she did about noticing your body would be a really great thing for us to do at nap time. Or maybe that we could do with them, incorporating it into while we're waiting in line, and centering their focus maybe on themselves and helping them to regulate themselves with their friends. Also, the breathing techniques before we talk to someone, that sounds fantastic. How many times do we respond to a coworker or a child maybe when we ourselves are elevated, and having the time to take that breath, and what was it, 4, 7, 8? Were those the numbers? Yeah, and then responding to the child, or then responding to our coworker, or then calling that parent. That could be really helpful. All right, so I'm going to give a shout out here to the Stratford Center. So the Stratford Center is here with us, and this is from your director, Melinda. I'd like to do a center shout out to all the Chances Stratford staff. I am proud of how everyone shares the same vision and passion that I do for the center. Markers cannot be moved without you, and parents and families cannot be served without you. The children cannot learn or grow without you, and you giving them the very best care that you do all day in and out. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for showing up on all the good days, and especially for all the more challenging days, because it is through the most challenging times that we learn and grow. The most that I am so thankful for is that I get to share those days and moments with each and every one of you. All of you have so much to give, and I am proud to work alongside you each and every day. I could not do my job successfully without you, so thank you for making Chances Stratford a place where children and families can feel secure, welcome, and their voices heard. You are an inspiration and deserve this shout out. So, yay, Stratford. Now I'm going to do a Belfast shout out, and I personally want to just say that you guys are amazing. I have read some of the parent emails. It's been such an incredible challenge at times to be displaced, to be put in a space that maybe wasn't our first choice, but making it a wonderful place to be. One of the parents had said in an email to Melinda that the care that you folks give is exceptional, and they know that their children are loved every single day. And thank you, Jag, for being so amazing to work with. And as your center closed, you just willingly came to help out in Belfast. And yeah, with such a wonderful attitude. So thank you so much. For the Belfast Center, Melinda says, every one of you deserves to be celebrated today. I'm always impressed by your work ethic and dedication you have. It's been a pleasure getting to know each and every one of you. And the way you speak of your program, the children and families, should be highlighted because it demonstrates passion for all that you have to provide and the best quality of care for children and family that you serve. There has been some really trying transitions and changes over the past couple months, but all of you have shown your resilience and patience through those challenging times. It's because of the hard work that all of you do in Belfast. It's now a place of happy children, parents, and families. And the passion that you have for this work is to be admired. Thank you so much for understanding our vision, as it is through you that we are able to see it come alive. You all deserve to be celebrated. So, awesome. And Ruby, if you could come up here, we would like to give you a above and beyond. It has been an honor to watch you grow so much in the last couple months. You received so many compliments from our parents and from the staff at the school. We would not be where we're at today without your leadership at Belfast, and it has been such a joy to watch you grow. And you are absolutely awesome and go above and beyond. So thank you. Thank you, Ruby. All right. How many door prizes did we do? 2? One more for today. All right, I'm going to mix this up. Cap C, I think they have something going on in this bucket. All right, last door prize of the day. So if you're at your remote center, get your last prize for the day. This goes to, Sally from Stratford. All right, Sally. It's fine. You don't have to follow the arrow right now. It's just when we're all walking together. Okay, here you go. I'm going to pull it out. This one is, a movie night at home. There's Cineplex card, snacks, and you can check out cineplex.com for movie rentals. There you go. Yeah, Roberta did all these door prizes. Awesome job, Roberta. The whole training team, believe me, it has been a labor of love to get today to you. Everybody deserves an amazing clap for all the work that's been done, from Mel and Sean visiting sites yesterday and hooking everybody up, to all the little details. So one of the things I wanted to talk about with our culture and creating a common language is that I want us to move from being good to being great, and from feeling like we need to have permission and to be led to becoming leaders, and to be affirming leaders to the people that we work with. So let's see if this works. Ooh. All right. So I do a lot of quotes here. And one of the things I want to highlight is that leaders cannot motivate anyone. That door is locked from the inside. They can only create the environment where individuals motivate themselves. We can be motivated by positivity or negativity. Every person can motivate the energy in the space around them with positivity and acceptance. The most important currency in leadership is time, and that was by Robert Townsend. And we can think about that at every level. The way that we motivate and lead the children, the way that we motivate and lead our team members, and the way that we motivate and lead our parents. And when I think about the best start workers, and I think about how that's exactly what they do, is they give time to these young parents and help for the parent to unlock themselves from the inside and to feel confident in their parenting. And so I want us to think about all these themes on every level. Every person has a contribution to make and bring something in our workplace that no one else possesses. So each one of you here, we would not be who we are if you weren't in your chair today. From the excellence that Treva brings when she's popping in and out of the centers every day, and the children are smiling and calling out her name, to Tanya, you and your drop-in program, and being able to meet those families, and maybe their first contact when they're coming into Canadian culture, because you guys have a lot of multicultural families. Directors and supervisors bring leadership, educators and parents bring leadership, and the children are leaders now and are being formed into leaders for our future. And we all lead from where we stand. So if we think about that, do a little audit right now of how do you feel you are on this continuum of being a leader, being confident in leadership. What special thing do you bring that no one else can bring? And like Diane was talking about, be compassionate to yourself. Allow yourself to see those traits, because nobody is going to be able to do and bring to your area of practice that you bring, right? Everything that you do. I think about you, Michaela, and your dedication to SAE and working with those families. This girl drives across the entire province some days. And you lead by example, by the passion that you bring to have these non-custodial parents be able to see their children again. It's just awesome. As human beings, our job in life is to help people realize how rare and valuable each one of us really is. That each of us has something that no one else has or ever will have. Something inside that is unique to all time. It is our job to encourage each other to discover that uniqueness and provide ways of developing its expression. By Mr. Rogers, obviously, Fred Rogers. We have a couple Dr. Seuss's throughout here. It's not about what it is, it's about what it can become. And the work that we do is steeped in this thing. The children that we spend our days with and that they spend more time with us than they sometimes do with their families, if we truly had this view of them, how much more capable and competent would they feel? If we are working with families who are struggling, whose parents who are struggling to parent, and us being able to speak these words into their life, how much more resilient will they feel? Like maybe that will start becoming their internal dialogue, which I think is a pretty powerful thing. And these are the things that I want us to be challenging ourselves on as we continue to work with these families. We have a really great culture, but I want this to become deeper in our culture, the way that we speak to each other and the families that we serve. Even saying, these are my colleagues, right? We're not staff, we're colleagues. We're working together for a common goal. The old way is to lead with invulnerability and enlist followers. So I'm not going to be vulnerable. I'm going to be a strong person. You all guys are all going to follow me because I've got the goal, right? That's the old way. The new way is to lead with full humanity and cultivate a team of leaders. And that's by Abby Wambach. She wrote a book called Wolfpack. Amazing. It's a really great book on leadership. And that's one of the things that I'm trying to get through to the director team and to the people who I directly supervise and work with is I should be able to leave and step away and everything still runs just that smooth, right? And if you guys think about that with your colleagues, everybody's on a different journey in their professional work and in their professional experience. But can you walk away and say, we have permanent casuals now, and our permanent casual feels just as competent, you've invested just that much with them, that they can step into your group and service the children just like you would, Or are we just kind of throwing people to the wolves and, sink or swim, guys? What's our culture? How are we building up the team around us so that we're cultivating leaders within all of the staff, with our special needs assistants? Are you the only person that can work with this child? Or have you shared enough with the rest of the team so that they too can connect? And, building up that that trust with other people, right? Because really, it's about all of us working together to be leaders and to help lead the best team that we can. So another Dr. Seuss here. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. That's from the Lorax. Both of them are from the Lorax. It's like my favorite Dr. Seuss. But it's so true. We're in the caring profession, and we do care a whole awful lot. And doing the things that Diane talked about, taking care of ourselves and being compassionate to ourselves, is caring a whole awful lot about ourselves, because we can't show up to work every day feeling tired and feeling whatever, not having enough sleep and not doing all the things we need to take care of ourselves, and then thinking that we're going to have an excellent program every day, day in and out, that's flawless. So we have to care. We can flip this and say, you know what? I care a whole awful lot about myself because I need to give 100% to the children and families that we serve because they deserve that, right? And you guys deserve it for yourself. It's not easy when we're empaths, and it's not easy when we're caregivers, because sometimes people see that as selfish. And I am challenging that and saying it's being a leader. It's being a leader to say, no, can't do that today. Or, you know what, I need to take a break and tap out. I'm going to do the cleaning, and how about you take the kids outside? And that's being a leader in your own self-care. All right, so changing the language we use with each other changes the culture that we work in. Does anybody here know Poet Ali? No. He's amazing. You guys have to look him up on, he did a TED Talk, but look him up on YouTube. He's amazing. And this quote from him says, "New language brings new concepts that didn't exist before. Language is not about bringing meaning to a word, but making a word meaningful for yourself. With new language comes new concepts that didn't exist before. If we speak the same language, then we can see each other and be seen." So laughter is a language that we all speak, and there's no explanation necessary. So I'm challenging you to have fun. I'm challenging you to be silly. I'm challenging you to connect with your coworkers and with your children with laughter, because laughter doesn't have a dialect, right? Laughter is something that everybody finds funny, everybody laughs, everybody feels good. It's something that we feel. Music does the same thing. It transcends explanation and conveys a profound amount of meaning, right? When you can laugh together, the day is just lighter, right? Even if we're laughing at ourselves and the foolishness that may have occurred, everybody is now connected and sharing in that thing. The language of experience connects us. When you have shared something or gone through something with someone, there's a shared connection. It's like, on the other hand, when you share something with someone and they just don't get it, you often say, well, I guess you had to be there to understand this, right? Like, have you ever had that time with a friend where you think this is so hilarious and people are looking at you like, right? And you're like, oh, I guess you just had to be there. Think about that at work. Think about those moments that, we connect together and we share the same language together and we laugh together. And it doesn't matter if anybody else doesn't understand it. That's how we get through those hard times, and that's how we become resilient in our teams and in all these tough times that we're going through. One of the things that I really want us to, and this is part of me bringing in the shout-outs and bringing in the above and beyond, is speaking the language of affirmation to each other. Affirmation is the expression of encouragement that uses words to communicate appreciation to another person. It can be a praise for accomplishments, focusing on task and outcome. an affirmation of character, looking beyond performance to the personal qualities of an employee. A lot of our above and beyonds, I think, were steeped in character, focusing on a strength, acknowledging the gifts and skills of the individual, or focusing on the belief in potential, recognizing the capacity or potential of success in others. And I wonder how many brand new ECEs right out of the course, how many of them have that affirmation spoken to them, the belief in their potential. Not that they just got here and are the educator that this person is who's been doing it for 20 years, but saying, you know what, I noticed that you did that thing really well the other day, and oh my goodness, I can't wait till you come into your own, you know? Or I'm gonna shout out Chelsea right now in the Mason Road location. Chelsea has so much potential, and it wasn't until she really had those words of affirmation and belief in her potential that she's just been shining. You know, she sings with all of her heart. She, you know, she just has so much wonderful attributes. And I think it's because she had enough people in her team to believe in her potential until she believed in herself. So, you know, Chelsea, you're so glad you're not here right now. She'd be so embarrassed, but she's at a remote location. So how do we do that to each other? Is that in our daily practice of our language with each other? You know, when somebody's feeling really down and, you know, they had a really hard time with a child showing behavior and somebody else had to step in, what are we speaking into them, believing that they have the potential to overcome that, right? Believing that they have the potential to, for CAPC, facilitate. Maybe there's some people on the team right now who don't do facilitation, but, you know, we believe they have the potential to. So just thinking about how are we using our language and putting affirmation into it. There's two main phrases that I really want us to think about and work on. One of them is unconditional positive regard. So this is the first new addition to our Chances vocabulary. Some of you have heard it. It's in our standards of practice. That's under revision, but we're still working on it. It's to highlight the importance in making a positive difference in the lives of others by acceptance or caring or prizing unconditional positive regard. When one individual is experiencing a positive, accepting attitude towards another person, positive change is more likely to occur. So I've had a bad day, and I was a little bit snappy, and I wasn't my normal self and kind to Shauna. But because Shauna and I have a trusting relationship, and she has unconditional positive regard, she's only mad at me for like 24 hours. Right, Shauna? Because she knows that that's not me. That's not who I am. And I challenge you to think about the people on your team, and do you have unconditional positive regard with them? Do you think that they're always thinking the best when they're responding to you or talking to you? And then the next one that goes with that is empathetic understanding. It means that an individual senses accurately the feelings and personal meaning that another is experiencing and communicates this understanding to the other. This kind of sensitive, active listening is exceedingly rare in our lives. We think we listen, but very rarely do we listen with real understanding and true empathy. Yet listening is one of this very special kind is one of the most potent forces for positive change. So, am I listening to connect with you and understand, or am I listening with my response in mind so that you can hear my voice, right? And I think about our children, and I think about, do we have empathetic understanding with the children? You know, no child wants to misbehave. Everybody wants to be a good person. Everybody wants to do their best. And sometimes if we have a child who's having extreme life challenges, their very best may not look that great to us. But if we have empathetic understanding, an unconditional positive regard for these children, we look at them in a different light, right? It's very self-Rag Schenker to look at the children this way. So joy and laughter is a language that we all speak. Children laugh 400 times a day, and on average, an adult laughs 15 times a day. So somewhere on the way, we have lost 385 laughs a day. So my challenge to you is to find your laughter again. We should consider every day lost, which we have not danced at least once, and we should call every truth false, which was not accompanied by at least one laugh. So think about that, think about our workplace, think about our teams. I have been known to be highly ridiculous, and this is why I love working with children, because I love to laugh. I love to tease people, I love to joke around, I love to sing silly songs, because it brings me out of myself and the heaviness of our life. So I just wonder, how many laughs have you lost? Are you at 15? How many times did you laugh yesterday? Right? Just think about it. And I challenge you guys to think about all these things and think about, as we go forward, what one thing kind of hit you through this that you want to incorporate? What thing do you need to maybe break a barrier down for to be able to do this thing? What do you need to do to self-reflect to become happier, more joyful, more full of laugh? Have that regard for that coworker or that child that may not be your number one choice to be around every day. But if we actually think that every person will never be duplicated ever in this time, and they have something special to bring, can you find the gift? Right? Can you find the gift that they have? And this is it. We're wrapping it up with my number one, The Office. And it says, remember to lighten up and laugh. It's been 13 straight days of inside recess, right? Like, seriously, who has not had that face and been like, please stop the cold snap. Let us out. And so that's where we're at. That's the end of today. I hope that everybody had a great day, enjoyed our speakers. Please remember your seats. We're going to sit in our seats, even though we are sanitizing. We're going to try to keep our same patterns. Everybody out in remote land, I hope you guys had a good time too in your centers with your colleagues. And do something fun tonight. Laugh and have a good time.